have a networking, to make networking. The argument of today is born in this way. I was thinking of 3 principal dates that are 18 August 2022, 14 July 2024, and 19 August 2024. Which knows what they have in common? These 3 dates. Raise your hands. Nobody? Okay. I think Gianfranco knows, but something bad, yes. Are 3 dates that are characterized by a big weather events that surprise a lot of captain, crews, owners, and create a lot of damage to the boat, and in some cases kill people also. So that's very important. That's very important to focus on this matter, because the weather in the Mediterranean is changing. And when I started to sail 23 years ago, I remember the old sailor everybody told me, oh no, the Mediterranean is a simple sea with no hurricanes, no tides, not a long fetch, so you don't have a big swell. That was true, but now is not so true. So we are here to increase our knowledge about the weather and how to prevent this type of weather events. So I will leave the microphone to Marco, I think. That is the host of this event, and I'm very happy for this. I forgot to present me for all the people that doesn't know me. I'm Simone. I work for GPY Monaco. That is the company that is organizing this event. I'm also a sales manager for GPY Marine. That is a company born in 1978. We are dealer for Sirena yachts. And the new adventure in Monaco is born to increase the offer for captain and owners about services like management, refitting, and so on. All the things that we do in Italy normally, we would like to expand to Monaco and Costa Azzurra. So we will have time to discuss about this. I will leave the microphone, the very important microphone, to Marco. Okay, you are the king now.
No, thank you, Simone. Only say welcome in Cala del Forte. Thank you to be here. We are very happy to do it, and thank you to Simone and GPY for this kind of event, and thank you to my friend Gianfranco Maggiorino and NAVIMETEO. And I want to say have a good day here with us and introduce you Anita. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So my name is Anita Malberti. I'm the commercial manager of the marina. I will be here all day in case you need to have some, information regarding the marina, or maybe some information regarding quotation for berth in the marina. During the lunch break, there will be the Monaco one over there near the restaurant. So if you want to have a look, is the fast shuttle take you from Cala del Forte to Monaco and back in 15 minutes. Very thank you to Simone, GPY, to organize this event, and enjoy the day. Thank you so much. Bye. Chi lo devo dare? Ah, di là, scusa. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be here with you today. I'm Linda. I'm the coordinator of La Class Academy, the training center of the Yacht Club de Monaco. Thank you to Simone, GPY Monaco, to have invited me and us, because I'm not alone today. I'm coming along with Natalie, who is here to talk about the Index initiative as well. Happy to be here with you, Gianfranco, today as well. And in these beautiful surroundings of Cala del Forte, of course. So it's a pleasure to introduce you shortly the Yacht Club de Monaco Training Center, also because we are working together in partnership with NAVIMETEO since a long time now. But we can't talk about the Academy without mentioning a bit the Yacht Club and Monaco, of course, because indeed the Yacht Club de Monaco is a true international hub for the yachting industry. It's a place where history meets innovation. So it's where professionals from all around the world, owners, captains, are used to come and meet to share that network, their knowledge, and sometimes also to receive some training courses. So Monaco boasts a rich maritime legacy, as you can see in this slide, spanning over 160 years, reaching its pinnacle with the creation of the Yacht Club de Monaco in 1953 by the Prince Rainier III, and its presidency with His Serene Highness the Prince Albert II since 1984. So last year we have celebrated the 70th anniversary of the Yacht Club, and the Yacht Club de Monaco embodies the art of living by the sea. Then we had a big milestone with the opening of the new clubhouse in 2014. And with this new building, we also have the occasion to have a private marina just in front of the new building, welcoming you, captains, every year, of course. And as a marina and the port has to be open to the sea, and with this vision, our General Secretary, Bernard Alessandri, wished to open a nautical center in Monaco, let's say a center dedicated to education and to enhance also Monaco attractiveness. So here we are. La Belle Classe Academy, as you understood, is the training center of the Yacht Club. For the professionals, for the YCM members, for captains and crew, and for the new generation wishing to set sail in the yachting world for the first time. Yacht Club de Monaco, through its training center, wishes to continue the program it began a few years ago by opening a new chapter that is called Monaco Capital of Advanced Yachting. So we are all aware that in Monaco we have the biggest concentration of mega yachts every year, but it's true that before the opening of the academy, crew training centers did not exist on that place. So the aim of our training is to give crews the opportunity to complete new courses, to revise the current courses, and to further the career. And we offer a whole range of courses, around 8 programs, proposing certified and non-certified training. The Academy also assesses its legitimacy by working with accredited partners. We are closely working with English, Monegasque, and French authorities as well. We are very proud because last year, in March 2024, we have been recognized as RYA, sorry for my English, RYA Training Center. So from now on, we are able to teach the powerboat level 2 courses. And this is just the beginning for us. And also for the non-recognized and mandatory courses, we can propose now everything around the art of service and the hospitality. And we are also YIAME guest certified. So this is a good thing. We are receiving around and training around 200 students per year. And the courses are both taught online, on site, on board, in English, in French, it depends. So the Academy within the Yacht Club is committed to embody excellence in this field, and we have 4 main pillars. We are trying to work on that pillar. The first one is to promote, of course, the idling yachting professions, to professionalize, providing rigorous and structured training to enhance the skills, but also to transmit, this is very important, sharing the values and the standard of high-level yachting, and then finally to support people follow the path. And also, since now 2 years, we are trying to create some alumni network, giving the possibility to the students to keep in touch with each other and in order to be able to help each other during the year. So as I was mentioning, we have 8 programs. As captains, I imagine that you know all the programs very well. The first one is focusing on the basic safety training, the conflict one, the refresher one, but also the protocol training requirements, which is now compulsory for the captains who want to navigate in the Arctic and Arctic zone. Second program is more focused on digital security for navigation. Third one is all about the art of service and hospitality with the IMETO program. So we have all about the interior programs with the hospitality, civil service, the laundry, the housekeeping, and as you know, the yacht club is very well equipped in that sense. So it's a nice opportunity for the chief steward and stewardess to come to train. Then we have also the Wine Spirit Education Trust from level 1 to level 3, taught by a Master of Wine. Proposing also for the chefs on board commercial boat, the food safety and the ship's cook, of course, certification. And this year we have just opened a training which is called Yacht Mental Health. Maybe someone has already heard about. It's just to talk about the awareness and to give tools for positive, let's say, behavior on board, and to allow people working on board in sometimes difficult conditions to be able to arrive at the end of the season with in good mental health, let's say. Then the other program we have is all about pleasure boats, because in fact Monaco has a pleasure flag, so it makes sense for us this program. And we are proposing the coastal and the offshore license, and the Monegasque authorities are delivering the licenses. And as I was telling you just minutes ago, we are now able to provide with the powerboat level 2. Talking about the next program is Yachting Masterclass. Yachting Masterclasses around 2 main courses. The first course is about Yachting Masterclass, a 360 degrees presentation of the yachting industry, all the professions of this industry, that means on board and on land. So it has a great success because it's in English, and it's 19 rendezvous where experts of each field are coming in the classroom and well, to share their expertise. And then a brand new program that we are proposing now is the Yacht Broker Masterclass. It's an online exclusive program on 9 weeks. And it has been created by a renowned broker in the industry. Sustainability, of course, we have to bring awareness about the environmental issues in the sector, in the yachting, and so we are proposing 2 main trainings. The first one is more focused to the crew with ethic, so it's environmental environmental yachting, no,
Training.
for yacht crew, thank you. I don't know. And also iPlug, this is more focusing the new technology, the new energies, the pros and the cons of each that we have today in the yachting world in general. Monaco Weather Lab, of course, have every year 3 rendezvous annual, online, on site. During which Franco and a lot of professionals and experts are coming to explain the importance of the weather to have safe navigation, of course. So maybe you will talk about that a little later. But we are, of course, talking about weather forecasting, nowcasting, the coastal and the offshore effects. And finally, if some of you have teenagers from 16 to 20 years old and want maybe to occupy them during the summer, we are here to help you and to take care of them, because we are proposing the summer yachting camp. And this is a nice program of 2 weeks. First week will be dedicated to the basic safety training, and the second week is about recreational courses where they'll be able to receive powerboat level 2 certificate, but also watercraft first aid, and they will also enjoy the fun on the sea with paddles and snorkeling. So this is it. Thank you for your attention. We are here to welcome you if you have any questions. I think that the Yacht Club de Monaco, with its training center, which is to encourage the yachting professions, and this is the way how we can build the future together. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation from GPY and NAVIMETEO and Cala del Forte. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you this morning. So I represent another part of the Yacht Club, which is called the Sea Index. It's an initiative that was created by the Yacht Club de Monaco, and we're now in our 4th or 5th year. The initiative was launched in 2020, and basically our mission statement is to empower yacht owners and stakeholders in the yachting industry to assess the environmental impact of their yachts based on the CO2 emissions. And we have other segments in development and other things that I will tell you about. So we would like you to join us in a new era of responsible yachting. This is our invitation. The slides will be available. I can send them to you. They're also all downloadable on our website. So I will pass the introduction. Basically, the initiative stemmed from conversations held in the Yacht Club from yacht owners who were curious for very pragmatic reasons to discover how impactful or less impactful their yacht was to assess the asset that they had in mind. All of this was surrounded by the need to find out in a yacht show scenario what they had as their possession, and if they were picking up or buying or chartering another yacht, how they could compare. So all of this stemmed from these conversations. We're very lucky at the Yacht Club, and hopefully you will be able to join us in our conferences that we host to be a platform of exchange for ideas, whether it's innovation, whether it's technology that's coming about, or future research and development. We're very lucky to have that platform. We are a small cog within a larger policy of the Principality, which is to accompany people towards less impactful practices in yachting, but also on land. So we're just a small cog within that larger wheel that is being driven by His Serene Highness. As you probably are aware, he has been an advocate for protection of the oceans and the environment for a very long time now, many decades. And we're very proud to try and help in that endeavor. So what is the Sea Index? First of all, we're an association, we're non-profit, and we bring together many stakeholders. So yacht owners is our first concern. We primarily support the yacht owners of the Yacht Club de Monaco, but not just them, also any yacht owners on the outside as well. And we also federate shipyards, yacht designers, naval architects, who all have the common thread to want to better ocean practices. Our flagship rating system is actually a certified ticket or a certification that is issued on by Lloyd's Register on our behalf. So we own the intellectual property of the tool called the C Index, and Lloyd's Register basically examined it in 2021, and they were happy to stamp it because they saw the value of what we were trying to do. It's very simple. We take into consideration the electrical load balance on the ship, on the vessel. We can certify boats from 24 meters and above. The largest yacht that was tested in terms of the robustness was 13,000 tons GT, and that is what we propose. The certification itself we see as a tool for any stakeholder who's interested, for example, going into a refit period. They can take the certification, and if they have an envelope to do a refit, they can see, okay, this is the time where I need to maybe change my generators because they're consuming too much. It really is a tool. The certification is accompanied by an options for improvement, which is also an informative piece of paper that can tell them how to improve their emissions, either by reducing the power on the engines, or as I said before, on changing the generators. And now, as we're seeing new technology develop, such as fuel cell technology, they can also examine that. We've also worked with RENA, this time on a life cycle assessment performance methodology, which is based on the bunkering of the fuel. This is something that we're going to be putting on our website very soon. It's totally free, it's non-certifying, but you will be able to look at how much you've consumed and how much impact in CO2 that has delivered. And you can also choose the fuel. For example, now we know that biofuels are coming onto the market. More and more captains and yacht owners are using biofuels, and you'll be able to mix the amount of biofuels with marine diesel. Again, our mission is to give as much information. We have no vested interests. We just give information and to empower people to make the right choice or the decisions that they would like to take to reduce impact. In terms of the certification, the first step is to check the online tool, which again is totally free. You put in some basic information with regards to the power of the engines, the power of the generators, and then we can give you an approximate rating. That's what we call our quick calculator tool. And then if you're interested, you can then join our association. I would like to add that if any of you have any principals that are members of the Yacht Club of Monaco, it's totally free. The certification is free, and the membership for 2025 is free. If there are any people who are interested in the certification who are not members of the Yacht Club de Monaco, unfortunately, we have to pay because we have to have the thing validated by Lloyd's Register. So there is a cost, and at the moment it's charged at cost, and I can tell you how much that is. It's not much. It's 600 euros for the certification. After that, we actually have a community. We have built a community of which Cala del Forte is a member of. Ports of Monaco, if the boat receives 3 stars on the C Index rating, it opens an array of benefits. So Monaco ports, similar to the marina at the Yacht Club, if the boat receives a 3-star certified C Index certification on CO2, they receive 5% discount on the berthing. If the boat receives 4-star, it receives 10% discount. So it can quite, it can add up. And we're very happy that Monaco ports have replicated this in Port Hercule, Cala del Forte, and also in the port of Fontvieille. We have recently signed, we are now up to, I think, 16 ports in the Mediterranean and also in the Seychelles. The 2 ports in the Seychelles have Eden Marina and Port Victoria have also joined our initiative. And we have marinas from Bonifacio Marina, Menton, Saint-Tropez, the 8 ports of the Metropole Nice-Côte d'Azur, also Port Vauban, Galice, and Golfe-Juan in Antibes, who have signed partnerships with us. Not everybody can give discounts. We are very fortunate in Monaco and here in Cala del Forte to offer the discounts, but there are other initiatives such as the opening up their yacht club, private access, etc., to try and build this community of less impactful yachts and less impactful practices. Just a slide on why you would choose the C index. It's again, the Yacht Club de Monaco, we have no vested interest. We give neutral information. We don't tell you to go and see so-and-so and so-and-so for a refit or anything like that. We just give you the information. And then after that, it's for everybody to decide what they want to do with that information. The C index methodology is robust in the sense that we base it on IMO, EEDI, and EEXI methodologies. It's not something that we've cooked up in our back kitchen at the Yacht Club. We're very proud of that. We're also very proud to be verified, third-party verified by Lloyd's Register. We think that's very important. If an initiative is not third-party verified, then there's a saying in English that says that it's as useful as a chocolate teapot. So we're very proud of third-party verification. We also got recognized by the French government last year by Cap Énergie, who are maybe limited in knowledge of maritime, but they are very knowledgeable about energy, and we're very lucky to have been received their label last year in May. We used over 800 yachts to create our baseline, which you can discover here. The 3 stars you can see is in the middle, and that's where most of the yachts fell. We're not here to point fingers. Again, we're just here to share the information with you. This is all available on our website. And then we have the different memberships. We have professional memberships. We have the private yacht owners, and then we also have Friends of the Sea Index. For people who are maybe not related directly to the sea, yachts or super yachts, but speak a similar language to the Sea Index. And all of you will discover in your brochures that have been presented to you a little sheet from the Sea Index with a QR code, and I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. And yeah, here are our contact details, and I'll be happy to share some information with you during the day. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you everybody for this organization. Thank you, Simone, for this big effort. So many, then we really hope to do something interesting for you. And I'm here with, I'm Gianfranco Meggiorin. I dedicated to marine weather 35 years of my life because we have started to work in marine weather in 90 in Portofino Observatory in the tower of the castle there. And then NAVIMETEO, this year, 2025, will be 25 years of forecasting activity. Then we are here to meet you all master, professional, sailor. We consider this a meeting to share experiences. We don't want to come here to teach something difficult, but we are bringing to you our daily experience because we work on a daily basis to provide weather information to mariners. We work, I'm here with Alessandro Casarino, that is the forecaster manager. We are operational 24/7 every day. It's a big effort for our company. We are a private company, but we have a good relation with all the institutions. I'm here with Danny Vitri, that is a senior forecaster that has been working in the ocean route many years ago in Aberdeen for many years. And in 2007, he came to work with us at NAVIMETEO. We were joking during our travel from Chiavari, where we are based, to Ventimiglia, because altogether we were bringing 70 years of forecasting, working together. Then we are like a family. NAVIMETEO is like really, it's a fantastic one life experience for me, because before I was a sailor, but after sharing what we are learning with many mariners, masters, officer, professional is a fantastic opportunity for us. And this meeting is another opportunity to share with you what we do every day, and also receiving your feedback about marine weather. We work, I will go very fast on our activities. Some of you are already in touch with NAVIMETEO, some other maybe in future. But today, the fantastic news is that today you can benefit from all the information that a long time ago when I started were available only for professionals. Today, everybody has the very high quality information through the web, radio, satellite communication, and so on. Today, we will work together on simple practice and weather method to analyze marine weather. And just after my presentation, Francesco Pasi, that is a researcher from LAMMA Weather Center, is bringing his experience, because when we speak about weather models, we know exactly what means. We know exactly how good are the weather models and what's the limit of weather models. Then Francesco Pasi is a really expert modelist, researcher, forecaster, and we are happy to invite Francesco to share with you what he's doing on a daily basis. In the afternoon, Alessandro Casarino will explain which kind of sources you could use on board and how to use the best weather information depending the area where you are sailing, because different models, different sources, different tools. And together with Daniele Gallo, that is in our weather office in Chiavari, we will also speak about the Mediterranean, because this is the main factor that we are analyzing, how the Mediterranean is changing, because thunderstorms sometimes are creating critical situation. And you know better than me how many times in the last 3-4 years we had difficult situation to manage at sea. Then we work for yachts. We are proud to be on board some prestigious cruise ships. For example, MSC, Norwegian Cruise Line, Disney, Saga, Mystic Cruise. They do polar routes. Then that's another interesting sector. And some other fleet will come to work with us. We are very proud because we are a small company. And we are very, very busy. Every day, somewhere, there is a critical situation. Then we have to be proactive. We are learning. We are not always perfect because it's a difficult science. We have more information, more tools, and at the end, the human expertise is very important. When I started this career long time ago, the human support was 70% of the value of a weather service and 30% the technologies. Today is exactly the opposite. Then today we need to use the proper tools, information, weather models, to dedicate our expertise or capability to understand the weather, observing the sky, the waves, the winds, with the human knowledge. Then this is the future, you know, the future is more technical solution to dedicate attention to critical situations. We work with 50 marina around the Mediterranean and some other fleet in the ferry sector. Today, we are getting used to understand the weather through simple graphics and visualization. For example, when you see the weather models, for example, on windy, And this afternoon with Alessandro, you will explore many other information. It seems very easy to understand the weather through the colors, the wind bars, the isobars, satellite imagery, then that seems very easy. But sometimes there is a difference between the forecast and the real weather. We are in touch with many masters from the Italian Yacht Master Association and some other association. Then we are very happy to have this continuous dialogue with all professionals. In this slide, you can see a meteogram. A meteogram is a kind of technical presentation of weather information during a passage, an ocean passage. We have some yachts now crossing the ocean. Having the meteogram during the navigation help to understand when the situation becomes critical. And the situation is critical depending the characteristics, the specification of the vessel. Sometimes, of course, there is a big difference between being on board a sailing boat. Have you seen recently the arrival of the Vendée Globe? Fantastic race around the world. And just to say a comment on that, when I saw the departure of the Vendée Globe with this sailing vessel with forest, and because we knew before the weather condition expected on Cape Horn and other area, Indian Ocean, and so seems to me very at the limit of the safety. But at the end, what we understood following that race on the web, that the speed of the boat is a safety factor, because when you are on board a fast boat, you can avoid it. And also, if you cannot avoid a heavy weather condition, you can mitigate and be in the right area to manage the changing weather. This is something important, how the speed is affecting the navigation today. This is something that is a changing world. You know, when I was a sailor, we were sailing 7, 8 knots maximum with specific situation, downwind, maybe 10, 12. But today, they are sailing at 20, 22, 25, reaching also higher speed. That's incredible. Then everything is changing. Weather, telecommunication system, tracking, because satellite, the position is a key factor for safety, and many other benefits. Then today, we are safer, but it's real that something is changing somewhere, especially in the Mediterranean. Safety means to decide the best route to follow to avoid the worst condition. This is the key point. And sometimes, as you know better than me, sometimes the shortest route is not the safest one. Sometimes to avoid a low system, we needed to choose a different route. And also there are some other techniques in navigation that we need to change. For example, when we are at an anchorage and we see that there are thunderstorms approaching, and we have to be ready to stay offshore. And maybe it's a big problem asking all the crew and guests, we need to go a bit farther from the coast for our safety. It's always uncomfortable to communicate this, but this is decision today, as in Formentera, for example, last summer, the vessel that decide to be offshore, they were worried about the condition, but they benefit for safety condition. And the problem are always being too close to the coast. The big challenge for all the weather office is to understand marine weather for safety reasons, not only offshore, then avoid heavy weather at sea, but also close to the coast and in port. Do you remember Vaya storm? How many damage in Rapallo, 250 yachts they sank there, and how many damage all along the coast. Then also safety in port, in harbor, in the safe harbor is so important. Then a mariner, a professional, is today considering safe the vessel when it's in port, but taking care what happened around, because gust of wind, thunderstorm, lightning, swell, big swell, but also during the navigation, and especially when at the anchor, because where we are in a bay at the anchor that night, we are still in navigation. This is a different approach. Been working with Alessandro, Danny, all the colleagues for the cruise sector, we learn a lot, because in the hurricane season, for example, when there is a cruise ship into a port and a hurricane or a tropical storm is approaching, what's the decision to take? To go outside from the port. There is a technique that is called sailing nowhere. That means I don't know where exactly I will go, but I want to stay far away from that low system approaching the coast. And in the Mediterranean, sometimes, as I told you before, this decision has to be taken also in the Mediterranean. And this is something difficult to understand, because personally, but maybe someone else, we do not have this culture to go away from the coastal area to be safer. This is something that we are learning. In the last 10 years, this happened more and more often. Then the choice of the good anchorage for who is on board is still a moment of navigation. And how to monitor the situation, how to understand the situation. Linda before, and thank you for saying that, introduced two words. One is forecasting. Forecasting means understanding marine weather today, tomorrow, after tomorrow, in 3 days' time. Today, we have a weather model for 10 days. If you go on the web, on Windy or other weather platform, NAVIMETEO platform, you have a 10 days outlook with the global weather models. But can we trust a forecast for more than 5 days? The standard in the cruise sector, for example, is 5 days forecast. Sometimes we want to understand what could happen in the next 7 days, but really, we do not trust the weather information, because sometimes we don't know exactly what happened tomorrow morning, tonight. There are some situations very complex, because we are speaking about fluids dynamics. And then I invite mariners to try to trust properly the weather models, the bulletins, and to use the correct weather information for navigation. For example, we will speak a bit later, who is using GMDSS weather forecast? If there is a claim, the first thing that the insurance will see is if the master was checking the GMSS Metarea 3 forecast. We will see this today. Then my suggestion is use all the weather information you want, but do not forget to use the national forecast. In Italy, we have Servizio Meteorologico dell'Aeronautica. In France, we have Meteo France. In the UK, we have a Met Office. And there is a global cooperation in the GMDSS system, this safety system, and this cooperation bring to us a final product that is a text bulletin that is simple, very simple, today and tomorrow. But this simple forecast is able to say to us if there are or not weather warning for our area. And we will speak a lot about this. We will practice this information. After, if we want to go more in details, we become more technical, and Francesco, Alessandro, Danny will teach us how to use properly weather information. But we do not have to forget. Sorry to say that, but because sometimes during a claim, the professional, they come to NAVIMETEO to ask if we could reanalyze the situation for that day when, for example, a yacht hurt the pontoon, making damage. From where we start is from the GMDSS forecast. And this is freely available on the web, or also you can receive it on board via Navtex or through Inmarsat telecommunication system. And this is a simple suggestion. I don't want to teach you expert mariners. You understand the weather, of course, in reality, but I don't want to teach something special, but I want to remind how important is not to forget to make the proper observation of marine weather. For example, what's the most important instrument we have on board? Apart of the computer and the compass, is the barometer. Barometer. Yeah, exactly. We forgot to use properly the barometer. When I was sailing in '89 across the ocean with a sailing boat, at that time we didn't have all the information we have today. We were sailing and drawing on a piece of paper the weather maps, or receiving via Navtex or Nagrafax, and we were trying to understand the situation through the change of the pressure value, through the barometer or the barographs. And if we put in relation the change of the pressure with the change of the wind direction, we understand where we are. Then the key words for being a passionate, professional, and expert about weather is the weather position. We need to understand our position, of course, GPS position, latitude and longitude, but also our weather position means where we are positioned in relation to the low and high pressure. This is a key point. And to understand this, we need to observe properly the weather. Just a question. For example, what's your name, please? Giulio. If I ask you in one single word, what's a front? How you describe a front? What's a front? In few words, in one word. In one word. Try, please. What's a front? Yeah, okay. Different air mass approaching. These are many words. Correct, correct. This is the right answer. But how we can see at sea a front that is approaching? We can use our eyes. And what we can see on the horizon. When a front is approaching, we can see clouds. Then front means clouds. It's simple. You can read the books as high, but at the end, front are, after there is a difference between cold fronts and warm fronts. It depends of the temperature of the air approaching to our position. Then if we use properly or observation, we can immediately compare weather observation with the forecast, and this make the difference. I was saying that Linda introduced two words before, two keywords. One was forecasting. The other one is nowcasting. In the last 10 years, nowcasting became very, very important. Why? Because as you can see, because you know what happens. Okay, you are professional, then you know when there is a problem, when something happened, of course. And today, the Mistral flow, the gale force wind from northwest, from the Gulf of Lion to Sardinia, or the Scirocco storms, or the Bora northeasterly flow over the northern Adriatic Sea are well recognized by the weather models. We know in advance. We know already that after tomorrow, Bora will blow very strong, and then we need to be cautious during our navigation to make a change in our plan, because Bora could be very, very strong. This is good, but what we are not able to understand today, I do not understand, as Gianfranco, Alessandro, Danny, and Francesco also will confirm this, is so difficult to understand when an instability line, a thunderstorm, or a cold front producing thunderstorm will generate gust of wind 150 kilometers, 200 kilometers, that will make damage for everyone. Then this is the big challenge, understanding close to real time if a significant phenomena will develop fast, moving closer to our position. This is something that we need to learn, improve, but we have tools today. We have the information. We have to be patient and to check more often the information. But we have a lightning detection system. We have the front seen by the satellite. We have so many information today. Then if we use properly, few good information, we improve two things, or safety, but especially our expertise to take the right decision at the right moment. Because no one, NAVIMETEO, no, you are on board and you have to take the decision. Because at the end, what we are learning, masters are sometimes alone on board, facing their decision. This is something that we can monitor on a daily basis, speaking with master. I go ahead and I don't want to be too long in this introduction, but I want to jump into technical solution. And in this simple picture, there is everything about marine weather and meteorological navigation. NAVIMETEO means navigation and meteorology at sea. Then, in this simple presentation, there are two systems, high pressure and low pressure. And the meteorology, they taught us that the wind will rotate anti-clockwise in the low pressure. Okay? Yeah, the wind rotating this way. And on the high pressure, the wind rotates clockwise. The wind are, the red one are warm, humid, like Monaco, southern winds. And in the northern hemisphere, because this is related to the northern hemisphere, because in the southern hemisphere is exactly the opposite. The opposite means the wind will blow always from the high to the low, but in the opposite direction. Then anti-clockwise on the low and clockwise, on the high and clockwise on the low. Anyway, we go a bit ahead. There are two vessels sailing westwards. They are crossing the ocean. And navigation meteorology means to understand what happened here. In this position, what's the main flow of the wind in this point? In this point, the wind will be mainly southeasterly, right? If we continue to navigate, the wind will back to east, right? Easterly wind. And at the end here, the wind will back because backing and veering. Backing when it's anti-clockwise, right? And veering like our watch, you know? And this is northeasterly wind. What's the conclusion of this example? This vessel has always favorable condition. Favorable means direction. We don't know exactly how the state is there. We don't know the gradient, then how strong are the winds. But the good information we can use through this map is that the wind is always blowing behind. Then it's a good situation. Instead, the red vessel here is facing southwesterly, at the beginning, southwesterly wind opposite to the route. Continuing to this route after the passage of the warm front and with the approach of the cold front, the wind will veer exactly from west. Then is opposite to my route. At this point, a decision has to be taken on board. If I'm a sailing boat, I needed to choose my tack. It will be a tack moving, for example, into the low pressure, and this will be most of the time the decision that during the race are taking. You know, sailors across the ocean, when they do a race, they try to catch stronger wind and this is the first option. Second option, if I'm cruising with my family across the Atlantic, I prefer to move a bit farther from that situation, and I will choose the other option. Then at the end, the position is the key word. We need to understand if, and in the past we did several times without having internet, we need to understand if the low pressure center is passing south of our route or north. Make a big difference, not only across the ocean, also in the Tuscany coast, because if you are sailing from Viareggio to Monaco or Ventimiglia, and there is a low pressure centered over Sardinia, you are in the case scenario, blue vessel, or in the red scenario, red vessel. If the low is passing over Sardinia and we are in Viareggio and we are sailing westwards, we are in the blue, then seems very easy, but it's very technical. This is the navigation and meteorology. Exactly. Exactly. Then if we start using meteorology, weather information with a method, everything becomes connected and easier. And this makes a big difference. I want to thank now a person that is not here, but was my teacher when I was young, Pierre Lanier, one of the best meteorologists I have met, and he dedicated to me some time to explain things that for me were complicated. This is why I try to explain to you, and sorry to be sometimes basic, I want to share with you a simple method to understand marine weather at sea. If we make a simple question to ourselves, conditions of today are good, we are into a high pressure or a low pressure. Wind will be blowing favorable to our route or not. Situation is getting worse, or yes or no. What happened along my route? If we make simple question, we can have by ourselves simple answer and to take a better decision. The key words, anyway, remains what? Trust. This is the problem that we are facing today, trust. We need to trust. For example, the owner, the yacht owner, they needed to trust the master, because sometimes the desire is to be there at that time because there is a specific opportunity to have a fantastic meeting, dinner, and so. This is the point. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yes, trust is the key word. Then sometimes, next times, instead organizing, as Simone has done, a training to master, we will organize a training for yacht owner, and then we will share with them these tactics. Okay, then I will stop for a moment to introduce this specialist, that is Francesco Pasi. Francesco Pasi, we started many years ago to work together. We work in a different organization. We are a private company. He works for an institution. In Italy, this is an institution, LAMA Center. Then please, Francesco, are you there, Francesco? Because are you there to connect?
Yes, I'm here. Hello to everyone.
Do you want to share your screen, Francesco? I stopped.
Yes.
If you have any question, feel free to raise your hand and to stop, because we use this time properly to go ahead and to progress. Thank you. Please, Francesco.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, very well.
Okay, I try also to put on full screen if it works. We'll see. Can you see it?
Loading.
Is loading.
It has some problem, I think. Okay. No. Is working? No, not yet. Okay, I make it like this.
Hi, Francesco.
Now it's you can see it. Can you see it?
We see your face, Francesco.
Okay, one moment. Okay, because I think it doesn't work on full screen. I have to make only on at this level. Was okay?
It's okay. You can only put full screen if you can.
Yeah, but it doesn't work on full screen. It was trying to do that
Okay.
before.
Please go ahead.
Okay. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I take you 5 minutes just to make a short presentation of myself and where do I work. I am a researcher of the National Council of Research, and I work for the Consorzio LAMA, which is located in Florence and exactly in Sesto Fiorentino at the scientific pole of Florence, and where we are around 50 people working there. And Consorzio LAMA has also 2 satellites smaller laboratories, one in Livorno and the other one in Grosseto. So we are around 60 people working in Consorzio Lamma. What Consorzio Lamma do? It's the regional weather service of Tuscany. So we make a weather forecast. You probably know our website where we make a forecast for the public. We make also forecast for the media. So we say we go on television and so on. And we have a numerical service where we run the models. Actually, it's about more than 15 years, but I am the responsible of the numerical modeling part. And so the models, the atmospheric and the wave models that you can see on the web are produced in our computing facilities located in the consortium. We make also briefing for regattas. I sometimes go around to make to explain the weather before the regional regattas in Tuscany, and we have made also some specific services for private companies. The most important I like always to mention is the one we participated to the Concordia wreck removal. It's about 10 years ago that the Concordia crashed on the Giglio Island, and for more than 2 years we were on the island making the weather forecast for the operation of the cantier that was operating 24 hours. So today I was asked to talk about some about the models, and like Gianfranco has said in his previous presentation, I would like to start by making you understand the big differences between what we call the observation, and that means that we can directly observe the atmosphere, the sea states, and the wind with some instruments, like for instance the weather stations, the satellite, or the radar. These instruments give us the real description of the atmosphere in one moment. If we want to go further in the future, we have to make a weather forecast. The weather forecast is made in 2 ways. If either I go for a very short time, and this is called the nowcasting, let's say for like 1 hour, 2 hours, up to 6 hours. And for make this, I will show you how to make briefly with some apps in the following of my presentation. We have to know exactly what is going on at the moment. And with some techniques, we can say that it will go in a specific direction, what is going now. If we want to make a forecast of the state of the atmosphere, let's say for the day for tomorrow, we have to use the numerical models. These numerical models can go very further in time, and we call it the short range, like 1 or 2 days or 3 days. That are the numerical models that we normally see on the web. But if we want to go to up to 10 days or 20 days or even more, we have to use other kind of models. I will try to explain the difference. Okay. So we have many kinds and many types of models. One is the atmospheric models, where we can see the wind, the clouds, the precipitation, the temperature, and so on, all that, or variables that are related to atmosphere. Then there are the sea state models that can make the forecast for what concerns the sea states, like the significant wave height, the wave period, and so on, all related to the sea. Then we have models that make forecast of the surface temperature of the sea, which is very important for some specific area of interest, like for fishermen. Then we have models that can make the forecast of the currents, either if they are surface current, they are mainly driven by the wind, or there are deep currents. Also, these information are very important for like fishermen and other stakeholders. All these models connect, and this is the latest evolution. All this information connected in a system that reproduce the global states of the atmosphere, of the sea, and the currents. Because the wind creates, the wind that blows on the sea creates the waves. But the waves with their height creates a different interface between the atmosphere and the ocean. And so the waves slows down the winds. So you have to have a feedback from the other models to make a good forecast, because it's all connected. The same is true for the currents and so on. So these are nowadays all integrated models. Okay. But in general, what is a model? We have to know the atmosphere, the basic laws of the physics of the atmosphere. So there are, for the atmosphere, there are 5 main laws, like for the wind, for the pressure, for the temperature. You put with a numerical code into a calculator, and you make this calculus, which we call forecast. I go ahead. You need to have a grid on where you make the calculus. In each point, you have to make the calculation of the wind, of the temperature, and the pressure, which are all connected. So you divide this is, for instance, the globe. You divide the globe in cells, and you make the calculation on these cells. The distance between these cells is called the model resolution. So when we look at on the internet of different models, you see, and I will show you with a very popular app, you see that there is a small number aside of the name of the model, which is normally in kilometers, like 20 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and so on. This is the model resolution. That means how is distance one grid point to the other one. Why is it important, this one? In the picture, why this is important, the resolution? In the picture, you can see the different resolution for the Europe with the topography at 2 different resolutions. On top, there is a lower resolution, I would say 20 kilometers. At the bottom, there is a very high resolution. As you can see, with the high resolution, you introduce many more details in the topography. So you can introduce like a small island or mountains and channels and so on. And so the model can make a forecast more precise in these cases. Let's go one moment with the another point is that we have two kinds of models. One is a global model, okay, and the other one is a local model. Okay, this is the windy app that you probably all know and you probably are using, which is a very, very useful for marine navigation, and it's like a supermarket. It has all the information in a very stored at the with a very, very intelligent way. This is when we open the app, the windy app, it goes directly to this model. On the bottom, we can see we read SNWF, which stands for European Center Medium Range Weather Forecast, and this is not exactly the name of the model of the European Center, which would be IFS, Integrated Forecast System. As I explained to you before, this is an integrated forecasting system. So it makes forecasts for the atmosphere, for the sea states, for the current, and so on. And in small characters, we see 9 kilometers resolution. This is the resolution of the model. It makes a calculation each 9 kilometers. So the first question is, why do we see a map that covers all the points? It's not only a map that gives an information of every 9 kilometers. Because the software that we use to visualize this data, which are numerical data, numbers, makes this graphical information. So if we zoom in with the model, okay, you see that it goes seamlessly, flawlessly to a very high resolution, making an interpolation, okay? So we don't have holes in between the numbers. Okay, so we have two kinds of models. I'll go back one moment to the, sorry. Okay, I go back here. We are here. I have to take away this one because otherwise I don't see it. Okay, if I select another model, the second one is UKV. Okay, I click on this, and as you can see, there are no information over the Mediterranean. Okay, I move here. This is what we call a local area model. That means that covers only a small part of the globe. For instance, this is the UK model, high resolution model. As you can imagine, it's centered over the United Kingdom. Okay, so the first model that we have seen, the SNWF, is a global circulation model. I go back to him. And we come here, and as you can see, it makes the weather forecast for all the globe. Okay, it covers all the globe. Another point is that while a local model, like for us is very good, this one, AROM, it covers only a small part of the globe. What is the difference? For what concerns the physics, the equation, there is no difference, okay? They are able to make the same forecast, but as we have seen, the global circulation model runs at around 10 kilometers of resolution, while the local area model runs at about 1, 2, 3 kilometers of resolution. So it adds a lot of more features for what concerns the topography, okay? Another point is that a global circulation model, I can go with the forecast very further in time, very like to 10 days. Like for instance, this is the SNWF model, goes up to 10 days. Of course, the information, the forecast is not as good at 10 days like at the first days. I will show you why. But with this model, I can make a forecast up to 10 days, while with the high resolution model, I cannot, and as you can see, the line goes only up to 1, 2 days. There are many reasons why we cannot do like a high resolution forecast up to 10 days. The first one is that it is computationally impossible because we have to make too many calculations and it will take too much time. The second one is physical one, because if I introduce more details, the errors grows faster and the forecast gets less reliable with time. So with the global model, I have less information and I can go more ahead with time. With the local area model, I have more information and I have a shorter forecast. Of course, if I wanted to make like a planning for a passage, like in the ocean or so on, and I wanted to go from, I would say, from the Canary Island to the Caribbean, I will use a global circulation model. But when I get very close to the island, I would go with the local area models. For what concerns the Mediterranean, we are really in trouble for this because for making a precise forecast, we have to choose the local model. One of the best is AROM. This is the domain of AROM. It doesn't cover all the Mediterranean, but it is very precise. There are also other local area model in the Mediterranean, like the ICON, which is, I would say, in between a local area model and a global circulation model, because it runs at around 7 kilometers of resolution. Okay. I go back to presentation. Sorry, here, maybe. Okay. This I will skip, it's too difficult. Okay. So how does this model work? The global circulation model needs the definition of the initial state of the atmosphere. And I have to provide to the model these initial states in every grid point. So I have to measure these with the observation. The main source of information are the satellites. Okay, with the satellite, I can describe the initial state of the atmosphere, which is what we call the analysis. Okay, these analyses are made at synoptic hours, like 00 and 12 UTC. These are the two main synoptic hours. So the global circulation model takes 2 or 3 hours to collect all the information from the satellites and then the cargo ships and the station and so on, to put together and to start the forecast at 00. Then it goes in the future, make a forecast. So the update of the model arrives 2 times a day, and the cycle is called the 00 UTC cycle and the 12 UTC cycle. Now we are improving this, making a new analysis also at 06 and 12 and 18 UTC. That doesn't mean that you receive the data, the new data, the fresh data at 00 UTC, because, as I said, the system has to take all the information from the satellite to make the calculation of the forecast and to send this information to the internet. Okay, so all this process takes around 6 hours. So normally, when the cycle of the 00 UTC, you receive fresh information at 06 UTC. Okay. If you have a question, I can stop. Okay, this is one I already explained. This is how is made this analysis with all the observation around the globe. Okay, and this is a picture of where all the main global circulation model are run. You need a big center to make this, especially to make this process of analysis, that is the starting point of the simulation. You need a very big computing facilities, and one is in the UK. Actually, this one has transferred to Bologna, to Italy. So SNWF is no more in the UK, but is in Bologna. And the other one is the American, with the name of the model. But we all know, because the politics of the American was since many years ago to give all the meteorological information free on the internet. So the GFS, which is the global forecasting system of the American, of the NOAA, is, I would say, the most known and used global circulation model, because it was free. Okay, and then now we are running a global circulation model also in France and in Germany.
Francesco,
okay,
Francesco, yes, for all the participants here in this room, and also from the participant from home, feel free to ask any question to Francesco, because this is a rare opportunity to work and to ask something to a professional that is not only a researcher, because has been working all life on developing weather models, and many of you, they know Llama models, but is also a sailor. Then this is an important factor, because being a scientist is one point, but being a scientist that is also a sailor make a big difference, because we can receive also suggestion from Francesco, because he's practicing what he's explaining now also during the navigation, you know, because often he's been sailing in the ocean, the Mediterranean. That this is an important factor to understand better how accurate are the different weather models. I have a question for you, Francesco. Also, if I know you, but I'm curious.
Yes, I know.
During when you take a decision on board, are you still looking for synoptic weather maps, or you forgot about the Met Office weather charts we used to receive on board for many years? What's your approach to your navigation at sea, please, Francesco?
I would describe the two approach. My professional approach is that professional, I mean, because I make also the weather forecast, is always to look at the synoptic situation and then going down to the local situation. This is what is called the French school, and it based on the consideration that you have to know what is happening on a global scale, or would say on a synoptic scale, European scale, and then to understand exactly what is going on the local scale. Another approach is the English approach, that they look at local and then they go up to the global, to the synoptic scale. I don't know which is best. I've learned to make going from the synoptic to the local, and so I'm used to do that. I think it's essential not only for like a professional approach, but only for navigation, like for pleasure. Because if I know that there is a high pressure and on a synoptic scale, or if I know that it's going to arrive like a cold front or other things, I can be prepared also to make the obvious discrepancies that there are at the local level with the numerical models. Numerical models, especially in the Mediterranean, at the very local scale, are, I would say, never correct, but they are very good, but never how we expect. Like the wind is more towards the north, is stronger, and then it comes, it drops, or it rises later. They give you a very good information, but it's if we look really with the eye, I want to know exactly at this time what is going on, they're never correct. So I prefer to have like a synoptic approach, which gives me, I mean, if I know that is coming like a cold front, I have to be prepared more in advance that waiting for the wind to come. Because as you all know, on the sea, normally it doesn't happen anything. But when it happens, it's really fast. So you have to be prepared in advance.
Francesco, yes, just to inform you that a bit later, we will focus also on weather maps, because we forgot how to use weather maps. Then I'm happy to share with you and colleagues this. I have a master sailor here that want to ask a question to you, Francesco.
Yeah,
Who is your name?
with pleasure.
So thank you for your presentation. My name is John Loke, and I run a boat here in the Med. And my question is, you know, we have so much great technology. You're presenting Windy, there's Windfinder and many others.
Yeah.
Where we're working now in this part of the world, if you had to pick just one app, is it Windy or others? Surely, you know, we're always going to call and consult with meteorologists to make the big decisions, but in the day-to-day, if you were to pick one app, is it Windy or which one would you pick for the Med?
Okay.
Question.
Yeah, no, it's it's very concrete question. I would pick Windy. The two I think the two biggest are Predict Wind and Windy. Okay, Windy is a very good collection of information because we can go, like for instance, the first menu, the first item in the menu is correctly the weather radar. Okay, if I go here, sorry, it takes sometimes. For Europe, it's not all the Mediterranean is covered by radar, but most of the Mediterranean is. So the coastline of the Spain, France, Italy are covered. So this is fundamental to have both information from observation and model in one app is fundamental. And my suggestion is that when you are on navigation, you always have a look at the radar images or at the satellite images. Or there are also some apps, and these, unfortunately, on the app, on the Windy map, on the Windy app is not present. There is also this Blitz. Working. It is very useful. Are the lightning strikes. Okay. This I hope that in the future will be integrated in the Windy app, that because they have it, but only on the radar images. Okay, here I think that we can see the lightnings. So to me, these three information, the radar maps, the satellite, and the lightning strikes are, I would say, for safety. I mean, I always look at them when I am out at sea, because the most dangerous situation occurs when there are lightnings and strong precipitation. So to go back to your question, there is a feature which is very useful in the Windy apps. If I go back to Wind, I can make, this is only for the premium premium app, but it's not very expensive. I think it's 30 euros a year. And we can make like distance and planning. Okay, so I go from here to here. I would say I make my route, and it gives you, sorry, I have to move this. We make boat here, and I fix my speedboat, say for a, like for a, okay, my computer is not reacting. Okay, this is with the 12 knots of speed, and it gives the weather forecast along the route. So this is not a weather routing, which for weather routing, I think it's better predict wind. It makes the weather routing with the polar of your boats and so on. But like for instance, for navigation with a motorboat, which I go with the constant speed, I will say I can fix the speed here. Okay, I make like for instance with the sailing boat, I can make 6, and it gives the possibility to have the weather forecast along my desired route, which is very useful because I can say, okay, these are, it takes 1 day and 20 hours to make these 455, I shift to nautical miles, 245 miles. Okay, it makes more one day. And of course, I wouldn't go when I see these red colors. So I can choose the best period that I like to make planning. Okay, so this app is very well made. It gives us the possibility to make also some like a personal consideration. Of course, if you pay like a service like NAVIMETEO provides, you rely to professional people who make this for you. But for a first site, to use this app is very useful. So,
okay, Francesco.
Yeah.
Because we have some other question for you.
Yeah.
Just I would like to add that Captain John, right? Is a mix of information also, because to answer to your specific question, Francesco say correctly that this is a fantastic tools. Then when we are analyzing marine weather condition, we use tools, and this is a very technical tools because it's very friendly use. But from on the other side, we cannot be satisfied about to find all the answer into one simple tool. And after this afternoon, Francesco will present you some other information available on the web. We will provide to all the participants a selected list of weather sources that you can use on board. I make you a few examples. This is the weather information, but what's the real sea state in this morning in the Gulf of Lion? How high is the, and then there are buoys that are measuring the sea state, wind direction, direction of the waves, period. And this is also very useful because if you are able, Captain, to compare the forecast with the real weather, you can immediately understand if that forecast is correct or not. Then from my point of view, there is a big difference between masters and officer and sailor using only one tool, and the master officer and mariners using more than one tools. And this is fantastic, but we need to analyze a mix of information. As Francesco say, lightning, clouds, weather maps. We do not have to forget the weather maps that give you the big picture of the situation. And also collecting real-time data. We are working hard to collect the data from mariners. For example, we already received some observation from the anemometer on board cruise ships. It's some way useful, has to be analyzed because, as you know, the bridge is maybe 50 meters high, and the wind at that level is much stronger than at the surface, but it's useful to understand. And we are making studies to compare observation with the forecast. Francesco, stay there, please, because there is another sailor that has a question for you. What's your name, please?
Hello, this is Franco. I'm a yacht captain. My question is, we've seen here with the windy, it's very clear where the models are developed, especially the local models are developed for the France, UK, the Med. But if you are going to plan a crossing toward remote areas like Patagonia or Indian Ocean or remote areas, are there local models that I can use approaching at the end of the crossing?
Very good question, Francesco. You are the right person to answer. Are there LAM models, high resolution models for remote area of the world? This is the question, Francesco, please.
Yeah, very good question and very, let's say, specific to the presentation. There are not. Around Australia, there is the local area model of Australia. But there is no interest in running a model like for the places you mentioned, like in the Patagonia and so on. And this is a problem because, I mean, as I said, if you plan a passage from, I would say, to Brazil to Patagonia, you use a global circulation model. For many reasons, because first, because there are no local area model, okay, but also because in open ocean, it doesn't make any difference to use a local area model or a global circulation model. And then you have like to plan for several days, like 5 days or 10 days. So you are obliged to use a global circulation model. When you go to the coast in remote areas, then comes the problem. And that's why with Gianfranco, we always say that it's very useful to know some basics of meteorology, some basics of the coastal effects, because if you see, for instance, a mountain very close to a bay, you can expect some local effects. Also, if you think that you could, like armor, you could stay the night very calm, and then you have downwind winds during the night that are very dangerous. But these local effects, the global models are not able to predict. So you have to make by your own.
It's very interesting what you say, and also your question, really interesting. Due to my age, also if I don't feel so old, but and because I've been using weather maps, synoptic charts for so long, if you ask me, do you prefer to use weather maps or weather models? Of course, today weather models are providing through this website, and we will have the pleasure also to introduce you an innovation made by NAVIMETEO a bit later that is different from windy, but deserve attention. But if you ask to, if you give me an option, you have to choose from weather maps or weather models, high resolution for your navigation, one of the two, because I'm used to analyze weather maps. I find in the weather maps from Met Office and so, the NOAA, the indication I need. I feel comfortable. And my satisfaction, this is something I would like to add. When you analyze the weather charts, and a bit later, if you are patient, we can practice with you some weather charts. And you say to yourself, I will expect it tomorrow, southwesterly wind force 4 to 5, with the state slide, for example. And after, when you move to the high resolution models, and you find more or less the same indication, what's a great satisfaction for a mariner to find an agreement between the information provided by the weather maps and the weather models. And much more important is if we find also the observation aligned with the forecast, because this is another key point. Unfortunately, we don't have so many buoys around the world. For example, Monaco, you're lucky, Linda, because just outside the port, there is, you can note this on your booklet, CANDIS system. CANDIS is a network of weather observation at sea. It's with a H between D and high. CANDIS are many buoys all over the French coast, and you can check there the sea state. We can do later, the sea state in front of Monaco. Linda and Natalie, they came by sea to Cala del Forte with a fast boat. At what speed you were? 40, more than 40 knots. And of course, the sea state is an important information. Then, for example, Francesco, thanks to Lamma weather office that is a fantastic center. They also monitor the sea state close to Gorgona Island in front, west of Livourne, and also Giglio probably, and there are few buoys along the Tuscany coast. There is a fantastic network of buoys from the ENM, the Spanish organization, another network of buoys. For example, if one of you is sailing to Balearic Island, why not to check the sea state also for your anchorage through the Dragonera buoys, Mahon buoys, and you have many information. That's fantastic, you know. We will need more information, but it's a good point, and this is why we meet here, to use properly the information that are already available on the web and through other channels. There are some innovation. I anticipate this because this is especially what we will focus during the afternoon. Is related to nowcasting today, because the worst condition happened during thunderstorm, downburst, whirlpools, a strong gust of wind in the last few years. And sometimes we ask to ourselves if we were able to predict it, to understand that a similar phenomenon was approaching. What I can tell you is we have more tools and more information, and we can avoid or we can mitigate the risk today. Believe me, what we really miss is to use properly the information and also to share the warning system. But today, the challenge of meteorology is to share with all mariners some solution. A bit later, maybe we will introduce you few more information about the nowcasting techniques, where geofences are around a port, around the vessel, and when a lightning system enter in that geofence, the warning has been sent to the user. And this is another tool that in future will be available to everybody. Then it's an incredible development for everybody. Navigation will become safer, but at the same time, we need to understand better what happened and to make the proper navigation decision. Because at the end, and this is another, the decision is related to the navigation plan. This is concerning commercial vessel, transports like tugboat or cruise ships and ferries. And the problem is that optimize the operational activities is sometimes in a close conflict with the limit and thresholds related to the navigation. You know, sometimes we trust, I want to say that also internally, we speak a lot about this. Sometimes we trust weather models too much. And this makes us so confident that this is a situation, because we become expert, you know, on analyzing weather models, because we use on a daily basis. But at the end, what happened, we trust too much our computer. And this could make, could bring some wrong decision to us. Then we need to use the tools, use the information, the forecast, and after analyze with our attention what happened there.
Can I go?
Sorry. Sorry. Then, sorry to interrupt you, Francesco.
Oh, no problem, no problem. You always
Very
say
interesting.
interesting things.
Any other question? Another question from another sailor, please. 1 second.
I just have a quick question for you, Francesco. Good morning. My name is Giulio. I'm a captain as well on a boat. And basically, I saw that Windy has very good, accurate information about wind, rain, thunder, temperature, but I haven't seen something related to the pressure of the pressure system. Like, do you have any tools in Windy which can show that, or do you use any special other website that you find reliable for you?
Thank you, Giulio. Yes, Francesco, do you want to answer to the, because probably we have the solution in Windy, right?
Yeah, I think that
it's only a matter of use the proper tools that has been changed recently. Please go ahead.
yeah, I'm trying to. Sorry, I have. Okay, I think that if you go here, you go on the different layers, you can select the pressure. Okay, I don't like very much this visualization of, or I think that, okay, this is much better. Okay, maybe also with the wind. You can, with this one, put the lines, the isobars. Okay, and just because we are here, I would like to show you, but what does it mean, this particles animation? Okay, it's like a tool, a graphical tool that shows us the movement of the air. It's not actually the movement of the air, because we are fixed at the time, okay? We are at Friday at 7, I think I cannot read, 7 in the morning, okay? So this air is not actually moving in this picture, but this gives like the feeling that where it's going. To go back from to the previous question, we are in, I put on Australia, and as we can see, there is a quite a dynamic situation, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4 low pressure system, which are turning, the wind is turning clockwise, with difference with our hemisphere, which is turning anti-clockwise. I remember always with the right hand, in our hemisphere is turning with the right hand, this one with the left hand. And as we can see in Australia, we have like a model that covers all this area, okay? And then they have a lot of local area models covering specific area of interest, okay? I'm switching from one to the other. So they are not able to provide a local area model covering all. They are not interested in covering all the area, okay? So we have to switch from one model to the other depending on the location. And under this aspect, Windy has made a very, very good work going from one model to the other without hassles, but you have to be cautious what you are doing, because going from one model to the other model, it can also have different information. Okay. Otherwise, if you have like a global picture, you expect like I would say northeasterly wind. Okay. And on a local scale, it can be easterly, southwesterly, I don't know. Okay, but you have in mind that on a synoptic scale, the gradient is from the northeast.
Francesco,
Yeah.
I really appreciate your question, Giulio, because it means that you are getting involved in marine weather understanding, because you are not satisfied about to seeing only the wind barbs, but you want to understand the synoptic situation. That's fantastic. This is something that I also do, adding, and now we know there is a tool to add the isobars. Is an added value for a better understanding. Yeah, but that is why when we meet together with my colleagues, Francesco, other professionals, and also with the Monaco Weather Lab, we had the pleasure to invite also forecaster from the Met Office and other professional organization. That's the best way to learn. When we share, we learn. Every day we learn. Today I learn, and thank you for your question. I agree very much on your approach. Having the isobars over the wind make easier to understand what happened around. Very good. Please, Francesco, you have 10 more minutes before the break. Then if you want to continue your presentation.
I prefer show you another aspect. Okay, if we go with the weather radar or satellite or this newly added radar plus, which is like a combination of the satellite and the radar, because you know that with the satellite you see the clouds, okay, with different like the infrared can see the clouds also during the night and so on. But you don't see the precipitation. The precipitation you see with the weather radar, okay? And here we have on the slide, on the time slide, you have the time of the observation, which is white, okay? This is a real observation. And then there is the slide, which is red one, which is correctly indicated like a forecast. That means that Windy has developed like a sort of nowcasting that makes the evolution of the satellite and the radar for the next hour. This is a very powerful tool that like if you're following like a dangerous phenomena, a thunderstorm, you can make a small forecast nowcasting with the tool for the where probably this thunderstorm will go in the next hour. This is the future of weather forecasting. Okay.
Because sorry to interrupt you, but I want to maintain this level of attention on this satellite picture. Are we able to recognize cold front, warm front, thunderstorm through the satellite? This is a question because we use that every day. Of course, for us it's easier, but probably for someone having a simple way from your explanation to analyze the differences between the clouds through the satellite available tools will be very useful for us and for all the participants. Then, Francesco, can you tell us more about how you use and recognize the cloud system through the satellite images? Please.
This will require more than 10 minutes. We will require, I mean, for me, it's about 20 years that I'm studying these things and not yet able to do all the stuff because the recognition of the system with the satellite, I think it's very difficult, and I don't think it's like for also professional use, marine, it's easy to do. What we can say is that when you see like clouds, sorry, my computer is going very slowly. When you see clouds that are not here, I go here or I go here. I go in the tropical zone. Okay. Wait a moment. Sorry, I'm arriving. Okay. Like you see here in this area, the interconvergence tropical zone, you see all these clouds, which are rounded clouds and with very bright colors. These are all thunderstorms, okay? These are the clouds that are more easily to recognize because they have a very defined structure and they have a very deep, very bright colors. And why is it important to recognize these clouds? Okay, because they are thunderstorm, and also because in these places, numerical models are completely wrong. Okay, when there is convection over the sea, you cannot expect that the numerical model is giving you the right wind, because the wind itself is made by these clouds. It's a circulation around the cloud of air that is going up in the cloud and going down with the precipitation, and it modifies the wind. And the model is able to make the forecast of the thunderstorm. So the physics in the model is able to make this kind of structure, but we are not at the time, the model is not able to place the thunderstorm in the correct place. Let's have a look. Now we are looking at the satellite, which is the reality. Let's look how the model, the SNWF, is forecasting this situation. As you can see, in the area, I go back to the satellite. Okay. The main structure is here around, I don't know, the corner of Brazil, and the model is forecasting more to the north, this area of precipitation. So the model, to my eyes, to my scientific eye, is very good, because it's making a forecast of some thunderstorm in the area. But you cannot expect, this make a big difference when you are in navigation from year to year. And as you can see, the model, the reality is different from what the model has said. So this tool, which is going to the world of the models, is a good tool to make some sort of advice. I mean, I look at these maps, okay, for my area, for the Mediterranean, and if I see precipitation and these lightnings, I can expect that tomorrow in the area there is the possibility of the thunderstorm. So you have to be with the eyes open. But I will not the model will not tell me that in this exact place where will be the thunderstorm.
Francesco.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Because if today, at the end of this meeting, we are able to write on a piece of paper 10 key points that are a simple rules to maintain when we analyze the weather at sea, because I don't think anyone here will become a meteorologist, right? But if we find a way to write on a piece of paper 10 rules to take care during our analysis, that's a fantastic success. For example, what I will write after listening from Francesco write on my piece of paper: do not trust weather models when there is a thunderstorm situation in that area, because we knew before this, when there is a thunderstorm, the weather models, they are in trouble. Is correct, Francesco?
Yeah, very correct. And that if I can use this information to say, okay, if the model is forecasting tomorrow a thunderstorm, tomorrow I will check with the radar and the satellite to see if it's going to happen this. But today I'm going to prepare myself for what could be tomorrow.
Another point that we are learning, and we can go to the bracket for this meeting, is that different information seems are related to each other. Then we cannot find a solution only checking the wind. We need to see the wind, the clouds, the sea state, because these are the letters of the alphabet of meteorology, and 10 letters, because we don't need to know everything and read books, because as I told you before, we can read books about France, but the end France, what's our France? It's very simple to explain. If we get used to use 10 letters in a simple way, after we can make the different words that are interesting for any area of the world. I'm correct, Francesco?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say the opposite, otherwise. No, I'm joking. Yes. Do you want to add something? Otherwise, I think we suggest to have a break and and to restart around 2 p.m. I know there is someone connected from abroad, from the other side of the ocean, and then at 1 p.m. UK GMT or Zulu time. Okay. Thank you for this. And Francesco, the program wasn't to involve you in the afternoon after this explanation, but feel free to stay with us, because I'm sure there are other questions coming from the participant.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I call you later. Thank you very much, Francesco.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome again to our meeting. Now we restart with a view of the landscape of all the website, weather information online, because the aim of this course is to understand how to manage the weather information. I put in share my screen. Only a moment, please. Okay. Forecast. The weather information, as you know, is all online, is all on the web, runs on the web. There is something, the minimum information is also by the radio or by TV, but the weather information useful for the yachting is online. Always we find too much information. Sometimes I think that you have too much input and you don't understand what is the right forecast, the right weather forecast, because if the information is too much, is not useful. And we have to understand how to manage this number of inputs. And we try to give you some hints, some our way to manage this matter. First of all, the weather models charts, the charts we have on the smartphone in the computer are not the forecast. The weather charts, wind, sea, clouds, rain, are the output of the model, is the forecast of the model, but is only a tool to have the final forecast. The final forecast, for example, the weather bulletin, is something wrote by someone. A forecaster wrote the bulletin of Meteo France today. And the forecaster studied the output of models, the charts, and then with a critical study of the charts, wrote a forecast, the bulletin. And also for you, when you watch a weather map, a map of the sea or the wind on the smartphone or on the computer, remember, this is not a forecast. This forecast is the critical watch, the critical consult of the chart. So, for example, Cap Course, no? When you see the wind in Cap Course, is always lower than the real wind. So the forecast is the model data, and then your elaboration with an increase of the wind. For example, when I see 20 knots in Cap Course, I think 35, 40, this is the forecast. Because if you follow only the model output, especially in the Mediterranean, you find really a different real condition. In the ocean, as told you, Pasi, when you use also a global model, the weather is similar because there is no orography, there are no gulf, there is nothing that can disturb the wind or the sea, the fetch. So the weather, the change of the weather is more regular. Instead, when you arrive everywhere in the world, in a small sea, in a coastal area, there are significant changes in the forecast, and the model data has a lower is a little bit wrong. Okay, so we have to manage this. The work is this: every forecast, every reasoning about the weather starts from observation. Also your observation, very simple, like to see the clouds, to try to understand the height of the sea, this is the observation and is very useful. Then the real data of the weather station are put into the supercomputer to do the work, and the output is the chart, the weather chart. This chart, we can take this and use and put this in a website. For example, if you ask the weather in Google, you have this, a picture with the sun, with clouds, with wind, but it's only a raw data, is the output of the model. Then, if you want, this is, you can stop here. Then instead you can make an interpretation of the data and try to have the real forecast. And this is what they do, the meteorologists in Meteo France, in NOAA, everywhere in the world, also PASI at Lama. Okay, this work is done a lot of time because we start before for all the Earth, and then we arrive in the particular the particular with the model local area models. So this circular work is done 2 or 3 or 4 times to arrive to a, for example, of a model very like a Rome that is only 1.5 kilometers of grid, so it's a really in-depth forecast. Okay. Observation. I put this image that is Cap Course. There are some places in the Mediterranean that when you know the weather there, you can know the weather for all the Mediterranean. For example, if I know the wind in Cap Course, I think I can make a forecast also for the Ionian Sea, because there are critical passages. The weather, for example, winds are not free to run across the Mediterranean, but there are particular places like the Gulf of Lion or the straits like Bonifacio. Winds are forced to go there. So you can resume all the weather. And the importance is also to know the weather in Cap Course, because if I have a model, for example, a Lama output, I can check if the model say the right thing. I can checking the weather station in Cap Course, for example. If the two things don't match, there is a problem. The model is wrong. I say this because is really frequent this. And if a model starts wrong, all the forecast is wrong if the first hours of the model are critical, because if I'm right, I can hope that the model or the forecast is right. But if it starts wrong, all the forecast for this run, I have to wait, like said PASI, 6 hours to wait the other model, hoping that will be better. And this is frequent because we are in the Mediterranean. And the forecast also for the supercomputer is very difficult because there are too much, as said PASI, too much inputs to put in the computer. So it starts always a little bit wrong. All the observation your observation for like a master, or also cloud observation with Meteosat, you can check the weather radar to check rain, where are thunderstorm, weather buoys. There are not a lot of buoys in the Mediterranean, but for example, the network of Spain, around Spain, Balearics is very good. And also there are weather stations. For example, the semaphore Meteo France like this, or all the weather station you use. This is every observation is useful. Also the very simple one. Okay. Then we have the models, as said Pasi. We start with the global models, and then we run into the depth forecast with the local model. As you can see, global model, a more simplified forecast, but a long time of forecast. Local area model like Moloch or our home of Meteo France, in-depth forecast, but only 2 days of forecast. When the grid of the model decrease, there is also a decrease of the days of forecast. And this is now is possible on only this with an increase of the power of a computer.
What thing we get the real time information. For example, I want to call
Okay. Master, yes, you can call Danny. The first work I have done in NAVIMETEO 23 years ago was to call Cap course because there was not internet, and every morning I had to call Cap course. Allora, in windy, for example, there are a lot of observation. Then you can go in all the website of the main weather center, like Meteo France. In Meteo France, you find the forest of Cap course, of Meteo AM, the Italian weather center. There are observations. You are right. There are not a lot of observations, but this is the one of the problem. Okay. No, we have not a special link. But we, for example, if you give me an observation, I give you the same observation to other masters. Dimmi, prego. Yes, in the VHF we have the main. Yes. Yes. You are right.
I think the truthfully weather forecast doesn't go over 48 hours. Is correct?
Yes.
After 48 hours, you go to the computer or EA and you put all the data you have. That moment for not the weather forecast, but the stable forecast for the moment.
Yes.
And then proceed with developing the next day, the next.
Yes.
Okay.
We have also 15 days of forecast, but the forecast is 24-48 hours. Then I have to check again. However, weather model medium with a medium forecast of 3, 4, 5 days are really good in the Mediterranean, and you can use this without a particular problem. But it depends also what we are waiting for, because when there is a deterioration of weather, the forecast decrease of the day of forecast decrease. Instead, when there are anticyclonic conditions with the stable weather, there is a more wider window to use without knowing that there are no particular problems, okay? But for example, when I cross the Atlantic Ocean, I use also the 15-day forecast because it's really useful. Then there will be the weather after 10 days will be different. But for example, if I want to see if there is a tropical cyclone, weather model see tropical cyclone also 10 days before. So the warning is useful. In any case, the long-term forecast is useful.
Only a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
As I was saying with the cruise line in Pacific Ocean, all the tornadoes, tropical cyclones.
Mm-hmm.
They work
Yes.
forecast, but sometimes they disappear, sometimes they stay.
Ah, yes.
So just keep an eye on this one, and go very slow with the forecast because it's happening.
Ah, I know. Yes, 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 yes.
You can stay a week with cyclone over there. Cyclone moving very
It's very fast. It's very fast.
very slow in the beginning.
Ah, yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And then it's difficult to forecast. Yes. That's why we took a lot.
Sorry, just answer.
Coming back to my question about VHF, because I hear is always forecast or actual observation.
Vuoi dirlo tu? Cosa c'è alla radio VHF?
VHF, I hear only forecast.
No, there are also the forecast contains also some observation, but is only there are only some observations.
VHF, at least by my experience, but maybe I'm wrong. I want to know the observation, not the forecast.
Yeah, no, you're very keen on this. I think there is a mix of the two. So it's a combination of forecast and observation. Sorry, going back to the point of tropical cyclones. It's important to understand exactly where they are or start, okay? And see how they move in the next time frames, okay? If you see, for example, that they move more to the north, bear in mind the Coriolis force. They tend to speed up more as they go north. So if they stay and they wobble in the low latitudes, maybe they're slow moving, you know. But they can get faster once they start to move. Usually it's like this, you know? Usually, but there's nothing is straightforward. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I just continue this way. And just say that the weather in general is a bit of a volatile subject, you know. And because of this, we need to be careful. I mean, especially when there are significant changes in the weather. When you have a change, especially from a low pressure system to a high pressure system, or vice versa, there can be significant adverse effects to take into account. And think, as we said earlier on, you know, Gianfranco, Francesco, you start off with a broad scale picture, okay? It's important to see what happens in a further field from your point of interest, and then you get closer to the small scale. Sometimes even the micro scale, because you think a small area is just the Ligurian Sea, but you may have in Portofino thundering gusts of 50 knots. And a few miles away is quiet, which is 15 knots. So let's be careful what we mean. And just as an aside, earlier on we were talking about apps. Fine, as Franco said, technology is very important these days. And it's important tools that you should all be familiar with. The apps that you like most, you think they're more accurate, more useful. But be careful about apps. I mean, be wary always of the information that you get from the apps. because I've even read, I know by my experience and my colleagues also, that they're not always perfect. And if you see, even when you browse on the internet, a lot of people say this app is useless, this and that, you know. So be wary. It's not that they are not good. They can be very good, especially to get the general picture of the situation, okay? But my advice is to always make your own reasoning of why you get a certain type of wind, direction, speed, why is it changing direction, why is it flicking direction, sometimes why is it so irregular? It means that probably is the more unstable atmosphere is becoming more unstable, okay? And I'm not asking you to look at what happens in the upper atmosphere because we get into a difficult territory, it's more difficult, even for us sometimes, it's difficult to understand the upper air systems, you know. But the change comes from the upper air, the cold air intrusions, from Siberia, these are the trigger of thunderstorm, heavy thunderstorm. So we have to look in 3 dimensions. The atmosphere is a 3-dimensional thing, you know. Just one thing. The broad scale can give you the wind gradient, you know, which is basically depends on the spacing of the isobar, to say in a simple way, okay? The smaller the spacing, the space between the isobar, the tighter, the stronger the wind, okay? But even when the spacing is quite large, then you expect not that much wind, maybe just a moderate wind. So a relatively weak wind gradient. This does not mean that in conditions, for example, of high pressure, when you have sea breezes in brackets, they are caused by thermal difference between the land and the sea. Okay? If you have a wind generated by this effect, this thermal effect called sea breeze, and then you add to this land breeze the wind component of the wind gradient, then you can have a significant wind along the coast. You know, it's not 15 knots in the air; it can be 20, 25, which is a strong breeze. So in the end, you wonder. The forecast we had just a normal sea breeze. Call it normal. It's tight sea breeze. So bear in mind this effect. Okay.
Thank you, Danny, for this clarification, because it was exactly the question coming from Captain Mariotti
I read you
that I was asking before in relation to the coastal breezes. Sometimes happen that the coastal breeze may be 12, 15 knots, achieve 25 knots and more. It happens, for example, in Bonifacio Strait in the afternoon, when the gradient wind should be 15 knots, but at the end, the vessel is observing 25, maybe more. Then absolutely, this is important. Yes.
I'll just say one more thing and then I pass it
No,
on
no, no,
to
prego.
Alessandro.
Please.
Just
Go,
getting
go.
and go back. Just think of depressions, okay? They can be weak, they can be deep depression, can be very deep depressions, but they can also move slow, they can move faster or very fast. When it's very dynamic situation and you get sudden weather changes, it can be extremely difficult to say exactly what the weather is, you know, in a certain location. So be careful, especially when you have this dynamic, this weather fronts passing, you know, moving quickly. And where are you in relation to the weather systems is always crucial. Is always crucial. And think always that about the risk that you're facing, because whenever you sail, you always have a risk. It can be a low risk, medium risk, high risk. The risk depends not just on how severe the weather is, but also depends on your logistical issues. You may be just on your own, just transfer on your own. You can afford to sail with higher thresholds, you know, which means instead of 1 meter, you can sail with 2 meters or more. have more fresher way or locally, no problem. If you start to have guests that find it uncomfortable or the owner, you need to take care of the people on board, you know. So you have to try and check what your options are. Well, your options can be depart earlier or depart later or change route or change completely the itinerary sometimes. You can have a very unstable summer. It happened, you know, in the past. You have sometimes August is like the Caribbean. Sometimes you have lots of thunder. So, in Sardinia, it happened a few years ago. You can decide with your own, together with your own, I guess, if there is a scenario where maybe it's best to go somewhere else, maybe Greece or other places where you would find it more comfortable.
Yes, I agree completely with Danny. For example, the captain there was correct. Forecast from Meteo France and other services, they have a short outlook. They are not enough to define the itinerary for the next 5-6 days.
No.
But they have a useful information. Is there a weather warning or not? This is something to take care. There is any weather warning today, a gale warning today for my area and my route? First question. This is a question you need to ask to yourself every day. There is any gale warning for this area? Yes or not? Why? Because if there are no gale warning, condition could be difficult, uncomfortable, but you are some way aware that there are no weather warning. If you depart with the weather warning on course, of course, the master has more responsibilities because any kind of problem if with heavy weather condition expected become much worse. Then what we should do, we check the forecast, for example, GM and DSS system, and Alessandro will display this kind of forecast soon, and having an outlook via internet, as the master said before, through the web, and then understanding what happened in the next 3, 4, 5 days. One simple example, if for example, there is a high pressure over France and low pressure in the Mediterranean Sea, and we expect a mistral flow, when there is a cruise plan to sail Calvi, Ajaccio, and going south to, of course, if we expect to have nice weather and stable anchorage, and no, this is not the case, then what's the best option? To change route and to change completely the itinerary if the 5 days forecast present a continuous, persistent northwesterly flow, because the sea state, also when the wind decrease, is still there.
This could be the example of Greece with the Meltemi winds. You know, July, August, you can have persistent northerlies, but not normal northerlies, gales, severe gales, 50 knot wind, you know, continuous. Sometimes it's 1 force less at night, always windy, pretty rough between the islands, channels. But at least, you know, at least in this situation, you know that area, you have heavy weather. You have heavy weather, you know it's heavy, not just because the wind is very strong, and you know also, it's important, this is from that direction, always from that direction. Okay? So you know you're certain that that's an area to avoid for you, you know, if you're looking for calmer weather. But the difficulty is not when you got gales in certain area and it's persistent and it's lasting for a long time. The difficulty is to find when the weather is half and half, not too bad, also almost all right. Yes. You need to find the right places to find shelter. This becomes more tricky. You know?
Sorry to interrupt you, Danny, 1 second. There is a question from Edgar from that is connected with us. I don't know from where, but anyway, is asking. Then, after what you say, Could you confirm that windy is 90% correct? I think windy is still to be considered a tool presenting different weather models with different resolution and different outlook, because if the resolution is high, the outlook is shorter from different weather center. Then we cannot say that windy is 90% correct. Windy is a useful tool, but what happened regarding what we are saying today about the Mediterranean? For example, what is a surprise in the sailor today is that in a quite good condition, with no warning, something happened. There is a thunderstorm cell developing somewhere, and Daniele Gallo or colleagues from Italy will connect to explain how these cells develops. And at that moment, the forecast on windy, also based on what Francesco Pazzi said before, when there is a thunderstorm or the weather models, they become a bit crazy. No, Edgar, I cannot say 90% correct. Windy is a very useful tool together with others, but in certain situations, we need to work on forecasting and nowcasting, then short-term forecast in the Mediterranean.
No, I can say another thing about windy. Remember that windy is not a model, is not a forecast. Windy is only a browser of weather models. In windy, there are all the best models, weather models, like SNWF, GFS, AROM, a lot. If you zoom in a part of the world, if there is a local model, you find in windy usually. But windy, we cannot say that windy is right or not. It depends how we use windy. Because if I use, for example, in windy, the GFS model for the Ligurian Sea, I'm sure that is not 90% right, but is always wrong. But not because the GFS model is wrong. The GFS model is good, but is a global weather model with a large grid of forecast. So we cannot use in a small water area close, like Ligurian Sea is quite small if you compare with the ocean. If I use GFS model in windy or SNWF model, that is the counterpart, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, like yesterday, I make a forecast for St. Helena. You know, it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There, windy and the SNWF are the same, right? Because there is nothing, all the two models don't see St. Helena, doesn't exist St. Helena. And so we can use without problem all the two models in windy. So you can see this. No, windy is right. We can say windy is right only if you use it properly. For example, he asked for the isobars. If I put isobars, is a help. Is not an improvement of the forecast, but it helps to understand the movement of the main weather system. It can help to understand the change of the movement of the weather, of the weather front, of the low, as said Danny. So we can use windy in this way. It's the same way I use the maps of Lama that are only maps without any other thing. But I have to use this in a proper way to understand that I cannot ask too much to the model. This is the example. This is the Meteo France model, 3 kilometers. There are the arrow of the wind every 3 kilometers. Is a lot. For a cruise, it's also too much. But when I arrive in Monaco or here, it's not so much. Because the area I want to check for a forecast is around 3 kilometers. The model is 3 kilometers. So I cannot ask nothing more to the model because I go inside the grid. So I can, I want to see a cell without a microscope. It's not possible. If I wanted to know the force, the wind, forzante come si dice?
Forcing effects.
The forcing effect of the winds. In Monaco, there are mountains, there are the aquarium, there is the skyscraper, and this is smaller than 1 kilometer also. So we are 3 times smaller than the grid of the model. The model don't see Monaco. So I cannot zoom with windy, with the, see, I have seen, with the hand seeing the boat in Monaco. Because, yes, the windy increased the number of arrows. But I have only 2 hours, and the other arrows are only an help of the windy, of the browser. Please.
Is it correct to say that the windy just give us an idea of the forecast? And another thing is, does windy go through the area? Let's say Meteo France has a sort of matarea like we have in Italy all over the world. There's from Menton to Cannes, from Cannes to Saint-Tropez, because you know the weather forecast change from area to area. And windy does take in consideration all the factor or not? Because when you go deep, I feel like I'm always on a general. I want to go and see what's the real weather of the day. I have to go to the sector. So I go for Meteo France, I take the area and I check the weather forecast. And for this area, it's more specific, the weather, than windy.
Remember that windy, only a moment, please, Gianfranco, then you reply. Windy, give me a tool, a model. For example, if I zoom in windy for Monaco, I see the model Arome. Arome is the state of the art of the models in the Mediterranean. So I cannot have nothing better than this forecast. But I have to add my interpretation because it's not enough if I wanted to check a smaller, a very small piece, a detail of the coast. Okay, this is the way to...
I would like to add that the local effects are well known by the local people. When I started my career, I was working in France. Pierre Lanier had in every area where they were making operation a local person. Now, we have here the pleasure to have the Harbor Master of Portofino. Thank you for coming here, a so prestigious port of the Ligurian Sea. There are many problems in Portofino. It's a fantastic port, but they need to monitor with attention 2 specific situations. Northeasterly flow when it's strong because there is a funnel effect over the coast and the wind comes into the harbor, and an opposite situation when there is a big swell hitting the coast from southwest, the swell is reflected, coming and making choppy water into the port. Then the work done by Sara and Harbor Master in Portofino is to monitor the situation in the local area. They look directly when the sea level rises. And from there, they understand if the weather is changing. Then we don't have to lose that capability because doesn't exist weather model able to identify that critical situation. Then to answer to your question, hopefully, I don't know if it's enough, we use weather models to visualize the main flow, but we need to use our experience to define if that main flow could affect that area, port, anchorage, navigation, and so on. For example, another example related to our coast. When there is a sailing boat, a power boat sailing from Portofino to La Spezia, Porto Venere, for example. When there is a swell from southwest, the swell hit to the coast because the coast is steep and the waves is reflected. Then the decision on board is we stay not very close to the coast, but we stay 3-4 miles away from the coast. Then every time this kind of decision has been taken by the masters. And more you practice weather models and navigation, because do not forget, no one at NAVIMETEO has the same feeling that you are perceiving on board during your navigation, how your boat reacts to the sea state and winds. But weather models help to understand why. Then a gale warning doesn't have to be a red flag. A gale warning is there because there is a reason, because the pressure rise on France and decrease on Tyrrhenian Sea or something else. Then having few basics about practical weather is essential to use the weather better and to be more independent on decision on board. After, weather office like NAVIMETEO that are private company, why exist? Because everything is provided by the weather center. Exists because the National Weather Center, they provide forecast for that area, weather models for that area, and the forecast for that point. A private company try to understand your need. If you are sailing at 12 knots cruising speed or 15, if you are 12 meter long or 70 meter, and if you have a guest on board or not, these are all useful information. And NAVIMETEO, when Captain Giovanni Enas called NAVIMETEO, we don't ask him, who are you? We know exactly who he is. The name of the boat, if he's sailing in which area, because it's connected to an IS system, and we don't need to ask much. Just we share. We know that Captain Enas has already decided what to do, because he has the experience. But he likes to share with us, listen, I'm thinking to leave, to depart tomorrow morning. What do you think? Just delay a bit, anticipate, or, and this is the dialogue. Then the most modern thing, as Pierre Lanier told me 35 years ago, are two people talking to each other. This, please remember that this will persist also with artificial intelligence and with all the technology that are improving.
I continue on this to say that the importance of safety in the end. We go back to safety. I mean, safety, what does that mean exactly? Your safety margins against the inclement weather. So how far apart are you from an incoming low? How much time you have to do your crossing, to sail to where you have to sail to, before the rough sea picks up? Or how far ahead in time before the strong wind develops? And not just that, you can have the sea is building, but from which direction is building against your angle of sail? I mean, is it the following sea? It's 1.5 meter sea on the following. You can make it. If it's not too long a voyage, you can afford to sail in relatively normal conditions. But if you have 1.5 meter on the bow or on the beam, if the boat suffers the sea from that direction, obviously it's a different story. Okay. And just to point out, just to emphasize what Alessandra was saying, do not undermine the geographical effects in the Mediterranean in particular, where the topography is very varied. You have so much different types of landscape, land, mountains, valleys, straits. I mean, the Bonifacio Strait, for example. If the model, low res, because high res model can give you pretty good data in that area. If you're looking at not too much good resolution model, it tells you 20 knots, you can easily have 35 knots there, you know. So it's quite a difference. Okay. And it's not like the Caribbean, you have 4, 6, 7 from the east, very constant throughout the whole basin. In the Mediterranean, if you have a 4, 6, 7 with a long fetch, taking all the way from Italy to Spain, the Levanter, the wind from the east in Spain is very fierce. The Levanter in Spain, you can have 4 meters in the Alboran Sea easily with such a long fetch, and all the rest, you know, the rain, and Andersons, all the rest.
Yeah.
Just to say this.
Okay. The same approach, we spoke only of wind, but the same approach is also for the wave forecast, okay? Remember that the forecast of the wave for the models, also for the bulletins, Meteo France, what you want, is the sea offshore, well offshore. As you can see in this photograph, the sea forecast in those days of gale is what you see well offshore of Chiavari. This is Chiavari Harbor. For example, 3 or 4 in this way, I think, are 4 meters of significant wave height. Okay, but when you arrive close to the port, the sea is not the same, and the weather models don't see this change because it's impossible to forecast. If not, if I have only a model of the local model, there are no local models, only for some construction, for works. So I have to add, knowing my harbor, my Gulf, where I'm going, I know how much is the increase of the sea. For example, with the 4 meters, 3-4 meters of wave offshore in Chiavari, close to the coast, I have 5 meters of like this. And another thing, the forecast is the significant wave height. That is not the maximum wave height. The maximum wave height is the double. For example, I have an example and you can see. This is a really a strong wind day with a storm, Mistral storm blowing towards Sardinia, okay? The forecast of the model was 7-8 meters towards Sardinia. Significant wave height. This day, the boa of Alghero, as you can see here, measured about 7 meters of significant wave height. But the maximum wave height was 12. So when you see a map in windy, everywhere in LAM, a map of the sea, remember that is not the maximum wave height. Okay? If we spoke about 1 meter, it's not a problem. But if there are 3-4 meters of significant wave height, is a lot of wave. And there is a further increase close to the coast due to the refraction of the wave. And this is the forecast. I see the model output that is 4 meters. Then there is a critical reading of the map, and I arrive to 60 meters. It's quite different. And as said Danny, it's better to have the app force up us to go into the depth of the forecast. It's better to have a wider panorama, wider landscape of the weather, because we can understand if there is something that wrong in the model. And we can understand why. For example, another example, this is the Genoa law, is a typical law in the world, is one of the most incredible in the world, and is very typical in the Ligurian Sea. If this law is 10 miles or 20 miles more to the east, more to the west, is normal, because the model don't achieve to find the real position of the law. And it's completely different, the weather, the sea, the wind, if the law is more to the east, more to the north, more to the west, because it's very little, 20, 30 miles, 40 miles. This is the general law seen from the space. It's really a little. See, this is a law in the Pacific Ocean. I'm speaking of 100, I don't know how many miles, but if this is 10 miles to the east or to the west, it's the same. But the general law is a little bit to the east or to the west, is really different. Okay, only one moment. Another example is this, a law in the Ionian Sea. It's really a small law, but the winds are force 10, 11, 12. So small, don't see, is not...
One
yes,
comment
please,
to your
please,
observation.
please.
Can you go back to the Genoa law?
See.
I want to just underline what Alessandro says. If this low pressure is moving eastwards, we know, you remember the first picture at the beginning of this meeting with the colored vessel, blue and red. If this is moving eastward, we know that the wind will blow from southeast, east, and northeast. If we are here in Elba Island, we know that the wind will be southwest, west, northwest. But what Alessandro is underlining, this is very important, in a local weather, if ever this law move a bit north instead, everything changes because our position related to the weather system is different and the wind will be different. This is an important thing. Can you go to the following, the frontal system, the big one? As you can see, I just ask you a question because now we are becoming friendly with the language also. And we say that what's the front cloud? My question to you, for example, what's your name? Fabio. Fabio, from your point of view, what's this front? It's a front because our clouds seen from the satellite. But my question is, do you consider this a warm front or a cold front? He says, are you agree? Do you agree with him? He say a warm front.
Cold.
Sì, queste sono le leontine. Questo è warm, questo sono le leontine, questo è il Giappone, questo è l'Alaska, il polo.
Then we are okay. No, don't worry, because from now onwards, you will never make another error. Why? Because we recognize this. This is a cold front with the thunderstorm, because we recognize this as a cold front, because what behind there is like a post-frontal system with clearing, broken sky, clearing from west. You see, this is becoming sunny and windy because the front is generated by the wind. Then the captain was also, the two captains, they were also correct because they say this is a cold front and they say here there is a warm front preceding, and this is the occlusion. Occlusion means the two fronts are merging, right? Then it's very interesting to connect basics with the real information. From now, anytime you see a very clear change on the sky with the similar shape of the front and some cloudiness here, is always a cold front. This is the situation that people, they like make a picture about the scenario. They always choose this moment because the sky become clear and the sun is shining and the visibility is very
Yeah, just going back to the law that Alessandro was showing earlier. Well, we know here it's a deep law. This can cause problems. I can be pretty certain you can get bad weather here, not just in terms of wind, but also sea and weather and all the rest. Just to point out that always think how long the system lasts over a certain area. No? In this case, it's deep, you know, it's difficult. But if it wasn't so deep and the law was moving faster, maybe you can have strong winds just for a short time. You can make it, you know, at the end of the day, you just adjust a bit the time of your departure and you can make it. Think always how persistent is a wind, a weather event over a certain area, how persistent it is in time, not just intensity, in time. Because the sea can build up over time and stays there. And when it decreases, when it starts to decrease, it decreases slowly. And there is some sort of resilience from the model. In the end, there is a discrepancy because the model tells you the sea is decreasing faster than it actually does decrease. So it can take a longer time for the sea to decrease to what the model shows you. Okay, this is something that we noticed during forecast of the years that captains understand, realize also from their own observations, you know. So be careful, and big error that unexperienced captains make is to just go out sailing as soon as the wind stops. So big mistake. Let the sea go down a bit after the wind has stopped, you know, because it takes more time for the sea to decrease. So just things to consider.
Okay, now I pass to this our product. This is a our web app. No, it's like Windy. It's a sort of Windy, a little bit different, but is the same. As you can see, there is, first of all, when we zoom, the model change when we zoom in an area like Windy, it's the same. Then we have observation and forecast. First of all, observation. The first one is a satellite observation. There is also the film of the change of the clouds during the day. We can display this with the radar. So we put the precipitation, the rain, over under the clouds. So we can check if, for example, I don't know this is a weather front. I think it's, yes, there is a low, there is a front. This should be a cold front because I see some clouds that remember me thunderstorm. When you see clouds, round clouds, the only cloud seen from the satellite that is round is a thunderstorm. And then I put also radar and I can understand if there are rain, where, what kind of rain. For example, here there is nothing. There are some showers in the Ionian Sea, but without particular problems. Here, for example, there is an elongated cold front with the change of the.
I just
Yes.
wanted to clarify because this is a tool that we provided to our customer. We didn't want. We cannot compete on the number of users of Windy, but we wanted to develop together with an important data provider this kind of application for our customer. Why? Because there is a special innovation into these weather maps. You know where is? It's not very visible, but can you click on this button here, forecast request? Okay, then it's like having a human presence into the map. This is something that you cannot have on Windy, of course, because Windy is a fully automated service, but our procedure is to click on this. We open this request. You can insert your question and send it. We receive the question. For example, also your route. You can also attach a file with your route, planned route, itinerary, any kind of communication, and the forecaster they receive on their task organization is request. This is, of course, like having the human presence into the digital solution. Sorry to say that.
How to use those maps? For example, also Pasi this morning said this thing. I put wind. Okay, I see here at the bottom you can see, but there is there is the model, the change of the model like in Windy. Now I am in Icon, is a global weather model of Germany. For example, I can put SCNWF, that is the European weather model. I change grid, so you can see there is a change in the shape of the wind pattern. I put again Icon to see. Okay. As you can see, Icon can, instead of SNWF, has a different grid and can see the different valleys in the Liguria, the valley of the two valleys of Genoa, Polcevera and Bisagno, and the valley inland of Savona. And so you can see it's different. If I want a further in-depth forecast, model forecast, I can put, for example, a ROM of Meteo France. This should be the best forecast at the moment. For example, as you can see, a ROM see stronger wind in the Polcevera Valley and more lighter winds in the other valley of Genoa, and the same force of the wind in the valley of Savona.
Can you stop 1 second?
Please.
For a comment, because
Natalie
this morning walking to the tower was asking, but why? What happened here? When I left, because you came with power boat, what happened? Why the wind was blowing from the land in the morning? Oh, okay. This is a particular situation that explains very well that we could have the gradient wind blowing offshore. blowing offshore. But due to the mountain effect, the barrier, this gradient wind is not able to enter and blow close, very close to the coast from Ventimiglia to Monaco. Because the gradient wind is blowing offshore but not close to the coast. What happened here? Here happened that the prevailing flow is like a coastal breeze. It is not a coastal breeze because the gradient wind is still there. But due to the mountains close to the coast, we have the change from coastal breeze from the land to the coastal breeze from the sea in the afternoon. Then this is fantastic example to understand how we need to evaluate the situation depending where we are sailing. And this comes from your experience. Then you use the weather models and the forecast to have the main flow. To make easy, simple question, there is or not a gale warning today. But after this, it's up to you to enter into details for that specific coastal area. Sorry to interrupt.
Please see this. This is Rome, as I said. Is a short grid, so is a very in-depth forecast. If I put GFS, look at this. There is no wind because GFS, the grid is very wide and don't see Alps. So there is no strengthening of the wind. This is why I said no when I don't remember the name, said that windy is good to the 19%. If I use GFS in windy, it's not good. I have to use the right model. This is not windy, but it's the same. It's only a browser of models, okay? And in the Mediterranean, it's normal. If I go in the Atlantic Ocean, for example, here, Azzorre, no? Yes, Azzorre. This is the GFS model for Azzorre. If I put the SNWF, there are only two models there because there is no orography. So there are no local models. It's not useful. It's about the same as SNWF. Both models don't see Azzorre. For a global model, Azzorre islands are too small, okay? However, no, they see Azzorre, as you can see, something they see. For example, see there is the shadow of the island, is not seen very well, but show a shadow of the wind because are quite heavy islands. However, there I need nothing more of this. Icon should be the same. Yes, icon is better. The grid and the interpretation of the mountain of icon is quite better in this case. Show a more wider shadow is more. Is like the reality, is more closer to the real condition I can find. Now, we have seen that smaller is the weather phenomena and heavier is the work to understand and to forecast this. And the smaller phenomena, but is very dangerous, is the thunderstorm. And now we ask to Daniele, our colleague, that is a special, it's a specialty in forecast, to show you something about the thunderstorm. I stop the share. Daniele, are you there? Non c'è. Vabbè, se mai lo facciamo no. È andato? Io ho interrotto, no? Ok.
Ci sono.
Hi Daniele.
Hi.
Daniele is connecting from Italy. Is another colleague, and is specialist of reanalysis report. Daniele at NAVIMETEO is in charge of reanalysis. That means when something happened at sea and we need to reanalyze an event, Daniele make a study to understand what happened that day, in that moment, in that area. And also is here to explain a bit more about thunderstorm. Why? Because we are speaking about the climate change, and also because in the last couple of years, the temperature of the sea surface of the Mediterranean was the highest in the last decades. Then the surface temperature is rising. And during the summer, this is important because when there is a cold air flow over the sea surface, very hot, the thunderstorms are much stronger. And this happened several times last summer, and also in the last few years. Then having a better understanding about thunderstorm is important because this is the key phenomena when there is a cold front, but also when there are normal condition, but with some instability. Then please, Daniele, go ahead and please share with us your knowledge about thunderstorm. Thank you very much.
Hi to everyone, I'm Daniele Gallo. I've been working in NAVIMETEO from 10 years, more or less. And we will talk about just a few words for thunderstorms because it's very late. And we can move. I will share my screen. And okay. You should see. Is it right? Do you see? Or not? Someone talks me? Ale?
Fine, Daniele, it's fine.
Okay, si vede, okay. Perfect. Yeah, just a few words, because for to have a thunderstorm, or anyway, a cumulonimbus cloud, that is the only cloud that can develop a thunderstorm. We have mainly two ways. The most important ways are convection or graphic uplift, convergence, and frontal uplift. They are different in horizontal measures, space, because the convection is the smallest thing that we have. It develops in more or less than 10 kilometers, okay, just a few kilometers. And we have convection. Convection is when the air moves with the altitude. So not in a plane, but in the space. So the air moves to upper levels, okay, and to lower levels, okay. The only movement, this movement can develop the thunderstorm, as you can imagine, okay. And it develops when, in a few words, when the warm air tends to rise, to move at higher levels, and in this case, we can have the building of the cloud, because the air, when it moves, when it rises at upper levels, it will meet a lower pressure, okay, because at a higher levels we have a lower pressure, okay, than the similar situation. And when we have a lower pressure, that we have a higher volume, so the air tends to expand. And so in this case, the temperature of the air tends to drop, Okay, so when the temperature tends to drop, we have an increase of the relative humidity, and so we have saturation of the water vapor in the air, and we can have the saturation and the processal of the air tends to become from water vapor in little drops. Okay. The orographic uplift we have in the case the air meets a mountain, for example. Okay, so the air tends to rise at a higher levels because it follows the slope of the mountain. Okay, and in this case the air tends to rise at higher levels, and we have the same situation because the air tends to the temperature will decrease, and we have the usual situation with the saturation and the building of the clouds. The convergence is at more 500 kilometers because there is the movement at synoptic levels. Okay, the movement of warm air mass and the cold air mass. So bear in mind that the two air masses from different latitude will not collide. Okay, the air masses will move one above the other or one below the other. Okay, the cold air, for example, is heavier than warm air, so it will move below the warm air and will push up the air, and in this case we have a building of clouds, of cumulus, and in some cases cumulonimbus. Okay, and the other way is frontal uplift when there are many cold front or warm front, and also in this case we can have the building of the clouds. Okay, so this is a simple photo pic of a cloud of a cloud that we can develop in a thunderstorm. We have the condensation level. So the condensation level is when the clouds bonds will start to begin to increase in altitude. Okay, this is a very beautiful picture of a thunderstorm, of a cumulonimbus, and in order to see very well this cloud, you should move far from the thunderstorms. Okay, because the thunderstorms the clouds could reach very high altitude, also 10, 11 kilometers. And in this case, we can see that at the upper levels, there is the strange movement of the cloud because it seems strange. It's a strange thing because we have the anvil, so when the clouds cannot move at upper levels or moves in the stratosphere because in the stratosphere, from the troposphere and stratosphere, the air tends to increase with the altitude. Okay, instead, in the troposphere where we live, the temperature decrease with the altitude. Okay, so when the air parcel tends to move at the upper levels, it means that in the surrounding area there should be a cooler air. Okay, because the air parcel is warmer than in the surrounding area. It can move to upper levels. Okay, but when it meets a warmer air than itself, the air parcel can't move to upper levels. Okay, so we have this situation. Okay, this is a top view of the thunderstorm of cumulonimbus clouds. We have the warm air, the inflow. It can be called in this way, inflow. When there is a strong inflow, we can have a development of clouds, of cumulonimbus, and a thunderstorm. Okay, so in the part on the west, for example, in this picture, we have the downdraft. So the downdraft is the colder air that moves to the surface. Okay, so when, for example, when we are in the summer season, we can feel a strong breeze in your arms, in your legs, or in your face. That we can see that there is we can think that there is a thunderstorm in the area. Okay, maybe at 10 kilometers far away, and this air is this is the downdraft of the thunderstorms, because the downdraft is the colder air that moves to the south, so to the surface, and also the evaporation of the little drops, because some drop that starting from the cloud, the cloud can't reach the surface, and it evaporates. And evaporating for the success of this situation, we have the drop needs hot air. Okay, so it achieves this situation, making a cool of the surrounding area of the air. So the air tends to move to the surface.
Daniele,
very speed. Yes,
Daniele, just stay here on this slide, just a few words, just to explain why we presented this kind of slide. Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm is becoming the real risk of Mediterranean navigation. As you can see, the stronger gust is this flow in blue, because the clouds, they form. We can see the clouds forming like a big tower along the coast or at sea, but the real risk is when the thunderstorm is blowing with gust, strong gust of wind, making rain, and so. Then this is the phenomena that is affecting the summer navigation. My question to you is, when we observe thunderstorm in the Mediterranean, in which situation? Tell me a few cases. For example, with the cold front, we said before, if we see a cold front over a map, the cold front means
clouds with thunderstorm, then cold front. There is another situation when the thunderstorm they develop is during the afternoon along the coast, as Daniele has explained. Then during the summer season, thunderstorm they develop along the coast in the warm hours, then in the afternoon. Then my question is, can we describe a bit better the risk of thunderstorm when the thunderstorm is dangerous to us? Can we ask to ourselves when it's dangerous? Then in few words, if it's summer season, high pressure, coastal breeze, thunderstorm along the coast, steady, not traveling, this is a local thunderstorm, but we could call this thunderstorm as a thunderstorm of fine weather. Because of course we can have trouble maneuvering in port if we enter the port during a thunderstorm. But this is not a frontal system. This is a local event, especially in high pressure during the summer season. The other question to you is, if it's correct what I told you before, that the thunderstorm, they form along the coast in the afternoon in the summer season, why a thunderstorm is traveling? Why? Which is the reason? Why? For example, today, why I see a thunderstorm offshore? Then the suggestion is to consider any time we see a thunderstorm at sea, or this is not a good sign, because this is not a local phenomenon. This is something different. It could be a cold front or an instability line of instability. That means also thunderstorm. Because it doesn't make sense to have a thunderstorm at sea with fine weather. There is no reason. Then when we see a thunderstorm offshore, there is something to ask to ourselves. Why that thunderstorm offshore? If we see a thunderstorm onshore, on the land, it could be fine weather, summer season, or there is another option. It could be a cold front coming from the mountains, for example. But in that case, there is a big difference. The thunderstorm is not developing when there is a cold front. The thunderstorm is moving, and also the pressure value change. Instead, in the summer season with the high pressure, the pressure is steady, just a minimal variation, and the thunderstorm doesn't move, doesn't travel. Going to the end, if there is a cold front, the cold front is generated by cold air, blowing strong over the sea. In that case, we need to be very careful. This is why when you are at the anchor and there is a gale warning for thunderstorm, we have to be able by ourselves, especially in the Mediterranean, to distinguish if it's a thunderstorm of fine weather, or it's a thunderstorm due to cold front or instability line. Because I hand this, sorry Daniele to interrupt you for this, but you were technically speaking about the risk of thunderstorm in the Mediterranean. And this is why we wanted to share with them this practical approach. Then going to the end, if there is a Meteo map or Meteo France, the forecast is westerly wind 3 to 4, smooth to slides, and we are at the anchorage in the west side of Corsica. But the forecast also introduced in the synoptic, the general situation, instability line or line of thunderstorm over Balearic Island, moving eastward. Then we know that there are no warnings. We know that there is a risk of thunderstorm over Balearic moving eastward. What's the question to myself? Are that thunderstorm moving fast, developing fast, and coming closer to me or not? This is the main. Because if I ask this question to myself, I will try to find an answer. How can I find the answer? if I'm at sea, I mean at the anchor, what I can do, I can go to the website and Alessandro will share all the website we use at NAVIMETEO with you because they are official, public, right? The mostly of them are public. And then thanks to Simone, we will send you, we will share with you a list of thunderstorms depending the area. But if we go back to that situation, before having a coffee, 1 minute only, if we go back to that situation, if there is a risk of thunderstorm and the forecast is no warning, we can sleep peacefully, you know? But instead, we should observe that thunderstorm because this thunderstorm will form also into a high pressure system. How can we see the thunderstorm at night, Captain? If you are at the anchor, what you see at sea? What do you see? Lightning. Lightning is like a clear sky. When the lightning are coming closer, first of all, you see lightning. And when you see lightning, you cannot sleep peacefully on board. You need to ask yourself, is this thunderstorm line approaching to my position, making a risk my anchorage? The answer will come a bit later. In which way?
Yes, wind, and the wind, the problem is the changing wind.
Yeah,
Yes.
but if you see the lightning, what you hear later?
Okay, thunder.
The thunder. Then, if after only seeing the lightning offshore, we start hearing the thunder, what means? Thunderstorm is approaching. At that moment, that's the situation we need to monitor carefully. And as I told you at the beginning of this meeting, we need to change exactly, and be ready for any kind of maneuver, because statistics what are confirming that offshore rarely there are problems with a sailing boat or yacht offshore. Also across the ocean, something could happen, but from the weather-related point of view, it's dangerous staying close to the coast. Then, if there is a risk of lightning, that's not the best situation to stay at the anchor because you are very close to the rocks and you can go there.
No, please, sorry, Daniele, sorry, Gianfranco.
Yeah.
I say only one practical thing. Please note that weather models cannot show the wind pattern under the thunderstorm. Especially the problem is always here, no? Where there are gas. This, Pasi said this morning, I repeat because this is the problem. There, the wind pattern of a windy doesn't exist. There, the wind is what the thunderstorm do there. Strong, not strong, very strong, okay? And because all the models cannot calculate the thunderstorm, parameterize the thunderstorm, so they can say only if there is a risk of thunderstorm tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Only the local area model can see the thunderstorm, but not in the right way, not so well as we want. So they show a strange pattern of wind that you understand that the model don't know what is the wind. And so there should be the thunderstorm. This is the end, nothing more.
Yeah.
And so is unpredictable. Okay?
Just
say,
well, I add another thing on this. Correct what Alessandro say, absolutely. Going back to the thunder and the lightning. Yes, you count.
You count. Yeah.
You count how much you count? Do you have enough time?
Second and divide by 3.
No, okay. Okay, but you have enough time to then find shelter before the thunderstorms arrive. This is the key point. So, Alessandro said, the chart said the thunderstorm is coming tomorrow. Tomorrow, no, not in a few minutes. So be prepared for this. Take as much time as possible to find shelter. Stay away as much as possible from this heavy phenomenon. Also because it's an uncertain phenomenon. I mean, do you really know how heavy the thunderstorm is going to be? We think it's going to be quite heavy. Where exactly in this place, that place, there is an uncertainty. So take action.
We know that it is impossible to avoid thunderstorms.
There are some index indicating the risk of thunderstorm. Then we use index to understand that there is a critical situation expected, but to know exactly where, when, how strong is still a big challenge. Simone told me that he wants to offer you a fast coffee break, very short. Daniele, yeah, just a short break. But this risk of thunderstorm is the real risk, and it happened in Formentera and other area. Have you to have the yes, captain.
Yeah, I sent you the footage about that. It was around sunset, a very calm sea, no clouds, and suddenly we had lightning coming from nowhere. After the lightning, the sky began to cloudy and a few whirlpools. There was a reasonable strong wind, so it happened so suddenly, unexpected. That was happening. I don't know.
It's a big challenge. We are facing this problem with cruise ships because the sea surface of a cruise ship is so giant. Then the problem is not only at sea. At sea, they can manage, they can avoid, they can do something. The problem is when they are doing tendering operation close to the coast, or they are in port because they break the lines in port because the sea surface is so giant. In your case, Captain Enas, we have to understand that the explanation made by Daniele, that is a real expert on thunderstorm and so, because when we have a critical situation, we ask him, what do you think about this? Okay? But if the thunderstorm is here, because of the flow of cold air on the surface with gust, could develop here, suddenly other cells. This is probably what happened to you. I don't know, I wasn't there, but this is what happened to you in that situation, Captain Enas, because this thunderstorm was generating another cells maybe 20 miles away from there. Then this is not a solid movement, like something that you can detect and see regularly where it's going, what's the speed. This is something that we are managing with the cruise fleet. It's a big challenge for the future because the cruise ships are becoming higher, and this risk for them in the Mediterranean. We have many more fleets in the Mediterranean because the Mediterranean is the paradise for summer navigation, right? But this is the big challenge. And the weather office, they are investing millions on this solution. Captain John, please, with another question before the coffee.
We have a lot of equipment in the water. We have floating docks, have jet skis, have slides. For us to put all that stuff away can be as much as an hour and a half, right? So we have a scenario where we may have to jettison our slide and come back for it. We have an anchor, stop it quickly and get away from it. But we also tow a 13-meter tender, which is 11 tons. So all of this is so much more complicated, and in scenarios, we've got to be way ahead of it.
Yes, Captain John, I agree with you. It's It's a big challenge. It's a big challenge. First, we need to understand if there is a kind of risk, increased risk of thunderstorm for today and tomorrow. And after work on nowcasting, to have more than 1 hour to decide what to do. And maybe, John, believe me, sometime you will take safety measure with not necessary, but this is what we call in the shipping industry a cautious approach. We need to make more work for nothing sometimes, but it's the best approach. Please.
We make forecast for the Trieste Harbor, and they ask the 24 hours surveillance for the thunderstorm. Think that we have, when the thunderstorm start in Venice, takes 10-15 minutes to arrive in Trieste. And we have only this time to call Trieste, and they have only this time to stop to work and to put in the thunderstorm really fast, very, very fast, very, very fast.
Problem, John, that is, it's a problem. The problem,
right?
We have a problem. We have a problem. We are aware of the limit we have. Sometimes it's so complicated for us to understand. We speak a lot each other to understand what you think, and we monitor the weather models, satellites, and so. But sometimes it's so complicated, and we need to admit that we don't know exactly what happened. We know there is a risk, but we know, and the expectation from mariners is sometimes too high. They trust too much weather information. They think that everything is into the computer. This is not. Keep your. I was speaking with a master recently. He was in Greece. And he sent me a video, a terrible gust, probably 60 knots of winds. He was to the coast. And he called me, and Gianfranco, I'm sending you a video, have a look. In a few minutes, the wind went from 0 to 60 knots. But because he saw the thunderstorm approaching, he decided to go a few miles away. And probably in that case was the right decision. But sometimes you decide to go offshore and nothing happened. You know how many times every day happened to us to warn, to send an alert, and after in the port it doesn't happen. Oh, why? Because behind there is work. No? But it's very intense. I suggest.
More thing.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, just this, then we have a coffee break, okay? Because we are giving you a lot of information, so we need a break. Just one final issue. Well, when you have a situation with this heavy phenomenon, what is the trick? The trick is to check the weather observation and look at weather updates more frequently. Not just use one forecast a day, because these changes can be sudden, and the models can be discrepancy from one run to the other. So the more you update yourself, the more data you gather, and the better the picture you have, even on a local basis.
Yes, but we are a seasonal world, and the trust, we talk about the trust. The trust the owner, between me and the owner, and the captain and the owner. We have a mistake 1 time, 2 times. If you prepare the boat for a gust and never happens the first times.
Yes, yeah,
No.
yes, right. No, I understand.
This is I will send you. I will send you. We had a conference in Pisa where I had the pleasure to be invited by the most important shipyard in Europe to speak about this. And the key words again is trust. You don't have. Sorry to say that because this is your job, but this is also our job. We don't have to demonstrate anything to anybody. I tell you something. I will speak about the problem, not about who was. A vessel was going to Port Havana, Cuba, in a hurricane season. And then was clear that a tropical storm was moving the channel between Florida and Cuba. And because of the track provided by NOAA, because National Center are the main reference, NAVIMETEO is a small entity, you know, between the National Center and the user. Then trust the official source. Do not forget to use the official. Don't use only windy. That's a big mistake. Use also official forecast. In any case, the port call the shipping company, the cruise company, saying, why that ship is not coming to Havana? Everything is ready to welcome this ship. And then the shipping company, they gave a call to us. I was at phone. Why you told us there is a warning? Because the port confirmed that there are no warnings. And we say, confirm, we are really worried about this. And we suggested to move southwards to Cozumel. 12 meters way high, arrive at the entrance of the port. Nobody told us you were there. Because this is our job. We know it's like that. And sometimes we need to say something that they don't like to listen. The owners that there's a meeting in Calvi is not happy when you say, listen, I think it's not the right day to go there. And there is no trust. Big problem. Because after how to demonstrate that the situation wasn't so beautiful, like the owner will not.
Yes, for sure, but you trust a couple of days for season.
Yeah.
Middle day of August.
Yeah, it's a big.
I have an important meeting. Two events is the event with the trust between you and
May I attempt an answer?
Yeah.
To your question? Perhaps is to present your honor a piece of paper that says the forecaster says this because the expert and the risk for thunderstorms can be low in the forecast. You know,
I have.
It's just what it is. I mean, we cannot change.
Yeah, I have something to add. I have something to add to this. I have something to add to you. There is something that we can clarify. We spoke about the sea surface temperature. After this break, we will speak a bit more with Daniele Francesco Pasi that is still connected with us to bring to us some case studies. But I want to tell you, everybody knows, without being a forecaster, that after a season of high temperature, the sea surface is 27, 28, 29 degrees. We know the fishermen, they know the first cold air, there could be a front, or also an instability line, because line of instability is cold air, that's danger. And if you look at the statistics, the worst event, they were related to that situation. A long period of light wind, moist air, and high temperature, the sea surface rising, and the first cold flow or cold air approaching. That's something we need to be careful because the forecast is not able to say to us, this is a dangerous thunderstorm. We need to know by ourselves this is a dangerous thunderstorm. Why? Because the sea surface is 28 degrees, 29, we enjoy it. But it's danger, it's energy for downburst. Then I would like to suggest to proceed in this way. We are getting closer to our interesting meeting. Just a fast coffee. We go back to Daniele a few minutes for conclusion about the thunderstorm and recommendation. And we connect with Francesco Pasi for some case study. And after, yeah. Okay, coffee.
No, just to the people online, there is a survey to fill up. If you like, in the meaning that we take a coffee, you can fill up. Thank you so much.
Okay, then we thank you everybody at home connected from far away for your passion. And now we are ready for the last 15 minutes. We go back to Daniele for a case study related to thunderstorm in the Mediterranean. And after, we go back to Francesco Pasi for a conclusion with a case study, always for the Mediterranean Sea. Two specific real situation. Then please, Daniele, go ahead with your presentation.
Yes. Welcome back again. We can try to make just one case study. The last summer season in Ibiza, Formentera, and the Balearic Islands on the 14th of August. And we see the hypnotic chart. We see that there is a line of instability. I think that this morning we have spoken about this to you. Line of instability is an area of a high probability of thunderstorms, and this line, if you can see, is very well put in the area, because it shows the high risk of thunderstorms in the southwestern parts of Balearic. In fact, these are the two radar images. We see that the thunderstorms in the morning were from the continental Spain to the Ibiza, and moved eastwards to Formentera and Ibiza Island through the morning. This is lightning maps of the lightning strikes occurred in the 24 hours on 14th of August, and we see that there were a lot of thunderstorm, a lot of lightning strikes in the area, and we know that there were a lot of damages because there were very strong winds. The fact that we can see that there were strong thunderstorms, but looking at these maps, we don't know if there are strong gusts. We can think that they are very likely, but we don't know very well before than this. Okay, just another case study, maybe in Sicily, on the 28th of September, we can see that we have a very long cold front in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Moves to the east, to the Ionian Sea, and affects all the area of the southern Tyrrhenian Sea. In fact, we can see that there were a lot of thunderstorms in the northern coast of Sicily, and between Palermo and the Eolie Islands. image. This is an image of this thunderstorm clouds from Volcano Island that sent us one our customer. Maybe Gianfranco, if you want, we have finished the presentation.
Okay, Daniele, thank you for this example of how we can monitor the lightning strikes that could be generate a gust of wind in some specific situation. And Alessandro will send to everybody links. Then if you have a doubt that there is a lightning, check on this link. There are different tools, very useful. And now we go back to Francesco Pasi. Yeah, there is a question, please.
There is a question. I don't know the name. Someone asked in the chat, on the chat, what is CAPE and what we can do with CAPE. The CAPE is a parameter shown in the weather models. Show the potential energy in the atmosphere in a place that can be used to create a thunderstorm. But it's not a forecast for a thunderstorm. For example, there should be a low CAPE, but there should be thunderstorm. Or we can have a great CAPE, but no thunderstorm. If there is, for example, a cold front and in front of this there is a big CAPE, is quite sure that there will be thunderstorm. But the value of CAPE without nothing else, don't say yeah, thunderstorm yes, thunderstorm no. Say only that the atmosphere is, there is in the atmosphere a lot of energy. But it's not said that this energy will bring us to a thunderstorm, okay? So a CAPE is a check. If we have a suspect of a thunderstorm and there is also a big CAPE, it's quite sure that in this day there will be a thunderstorm.
CAPE is a function of windy, and also NAVIMETEO panel is a function. As you select a value, if you select the wind waves or CAPE to see if there is a risk energy and risk of thunderstorm. Now, Francesco Pasi, are you connected to
Yes, I'm
the
here.
meeting? Oh, nice to see you again, Francesco. Thank you, Daniele, for your help. And Francesco, if you want to bring us another case study, please, because we are speaking about Mediterranean, please.
Very shortly, imagine this is only to show you a way of approach. Imagine you have to perform a forecast, or you have to receive a forecast for a single point. In this case, it was the situation where in the Costa Concordia, they had the society had to install this big pontoon on the wreck. So a very, very critical operation. So you are the forecaster and you can act in many ways. One is, okay, we always go back to windy because we have discussed it a lot. We go on the location, which is in this case, it was the Giglio Island, which is a very, very small island here. So I zoom in it, okay. Sorry. Need some time. One moment, please. Okay, I go back to the presentation. It's working here or not? Okay, probably now. Ah. Okay, let's try. Low connection, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, then I put in my location, okay, and I can see the evolution of the model given in this area. So I can check the wind, for instance, if it's okay or not. This is one approach, but has several problems because I don't look at what is going around and I look only at the evolution of one model. One thing that I can do here is, for instance, make the comparison between many models by clicking this tab, which is wind. This gives us the, in a very brilliant way, that different models give different evolution, different winds. Okay, the same, but I have always I'm doing like this. Okay, I'm picking up one point in this grid, the one that I showed you before, but depends on the model. So I'm not sure what I am doing. This was the results of the simulation. There were very strong winds offshore of the island, and very close to the island, the sea state was very calm, and the wind was under the threshold. Just a couple of 100 meters offshore, the wind was very strong. So the model is not really able to make this difference. Furthermore, because the situation was unstable, as we can see from the clouds, where cumulonimbus cloud, there were very gusty wind, and we recorded in this situation a 70 knots gust. So this is the main event for the forecast, not the 15 knots or even the 30 knots, because if you have so strong gust, you have to be able to communicate this forecast. Another approach was the one that we said before. If you look at the general situation, which is in this case only local model, you can see that in this situation, the wind was forecasted very strong from the southwest. And if you know some basic of meteorology, you know that downwind of a topography, this southwesterly wind can become very strong and very gusty. Okay, another point that I want to show you is when we make a forecast of the sea states. Okay, we normally look at the maps of the models. In windy, it's we click on these waves, and we have similar maps of the sea state compared to the maps of the wind. Okay. One moment, I go back. So in reality, the sea state is more a situation like this many times. So is a superimposition of different sea states, as we can see in this spectacular picture. Two different sea states coming from two different directions. So if we look at the maps, we cannot infer this kind of situation. This situation in the Mediterranean is especially dangerous and occurs frequently in this area when there is the convergence of winds from the maestrale winds from the Gulf of Lion and northeasterly winds coming from the Côte d'Azur. And also in this area around the Cap Corse, we have a frequent condition of this situation. How can I take into account? Well, the physics under this is very complicated, and the models are able to forecast the different components of the sea states. This is very complicated, very physical, but I can actually see it in windy very easily. If I click in one point and I make the evolution of this point, and I put wave and tide, we will see two different lines. Here we have two components of the sea state, one from, let's say, the west or the northwest, and the other one from the east, northeast. So this is across the sea. Okay, this is not very high sea state, so it's not dangerous. But sometimes you read here, you read that the significant wave height is 2 meters or 1 meter, and I say, okay, it's reasonable, it's not too much. But this sea state is made of 2 meters coming from one side and 1 meter coming from the other side. And sometimes the wind is coming from a third direction. So it's always better to look at this information when I plan my crossing, because the condition of crossed sea are very, very dangerous, or at least are not very good for cruising with the family and so on. The last point regarding sea states is that the model is, and this is the situation, is not making a forecast for what concern the sea state very close to the shore. It takes into account, is not good also when there are passing from the deep water, like the ocean, going to a continental shelf, like that is called shallow water. This transition is for the sea state is critical. Waves becomes from long waves to more rapid and dangerous waves. Models are not able to make this forecast. Another thing that they are not able is the refraction around the island, or the diffraction inside the ports, or the shoaling, the reflection against the structure. So you cannot expect with the models to look at this specific situation that can sometimes be very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco, for your help. We would like to stay here with you several days, but this was a fantastic meeting. Thank you for your participation and interest, that you are in present, and also everybody at home. I would like to ask Simone if you can join us to say something at the end of this meeting. Of course, we will keep in touch through the La Belle Class Academy with Simone from GPY, and we will continue to speak about weather, organizing future meeting. Of course, we would like to receive from you feedback about this meeting. It was satisfying your expectation, but also if we can improve our future meeting for the future. We are always happy to listen from you, and also we learn a lot from your comments. Please, you are the person who is in charge of the organization. You've done everything. Okay.
Thank you so much. We close. I hope you enjoyed this day. I hope be interesting for everything, for everybody here. I have in my mind to do other meeting like this, other arguments. We are preparing another argument on the electric and hybrid nautical sector, so probably in the next future. So we'll let you know. I hope it will come. Now I close because it's been a long day. I would like to only introduce the guys that participate with us, the partners with us for this meeting. They just talk about their society, 2 minutes, and then we go and maybe we have a drink together in another place. Okay, thank you so much to be here. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Alessandro. I'm here representing Biotech Riviera. We are a professional nautical plumber, and that's a part of the company. The other part, it's about clean and sanificate water system, air conditioning, PA coil, and also to prevent fire issue, the suction of laundry or kitchen wood. So if you have any question, me and Roberto will be near the desk. In a couple of days, you receive an email with all our services. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Paolo from Black Power Electric, with my father Natalino. We are in the business of electrician for over 35 years now, and we mostly do all the electrical part in on board, from generation to AC to hydraulics and all the dynamics equipment on board. We left you in your folder one business card. If you need it and you don't have it, we have some on the desk. And hope you enjoyed the presentation, and hope to see you soon. Better not, but hope to see you soon.
Last but not least. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to Simone to invite like a sponsor. And thank you to Anita and all the staff of Marina of Cala del Forte. Federico Carion represents the brand Servizio Mare. We've been managed the fuel station in Porto Sole, Sanremo during the last 40 years. And from a couple of years, we are here in Cala del Forte. The fuel station is just at the entrance of the left side. Very easy, very protected. Fuel dock. Just to say that we wait for you during the summer. We are open 7 days on 7. So hopefully we'll see again in Cala del Forte to the fuel station. Thank you to all of you.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Andrea. I'm working for LM Nautica Sanremo, that is a ship chandler. I work in the sea for 12 years as a first mate and bosun. So I joined this company because we are young and we are not scared about work. What we provide is a supplier, not just about item, soap, whatever, but we give 360 degrees following the boat. So we try to cover all the issues that you can have on board, life raft, anti-firefighting system, wherever is about boat, we try to cover. We are based in Sanremo, Via del Castillo 17, in Porto Sole. I hope to see you soon. Thank you so much.
I promise it's finished. Only thanks to Gianfranco, thanks to the team of NAVIMETEO, thanks to La Belle Class Academy, C Index, and Cala del Forte, obviously, that guest us today. So thank you so much to be here. It's finished. Thank you. Bye.